All right. Here we go. It's been a while since I've done a live stream for sure. And I feel like I've been not very, but pretty out of the loop when it comes to this little corner of the internet stuff. Had a very full and busy Lent and Holy Week and Pascha and post-Pascha parties. And that's all been good, but it's been very, very full and good. And so I've been missing out on some things. I have no way to catch up because the corner's too big to keep up in general. And there's just more that will keep coming at you. So what did I want to talk about this morning? Because I have a little window here. Post Pascal's wager, McMo's here. So I saw McMo last night, did a little popped in, was able to at least get a little bit of one of Chad's little broversations, I guess. And that was good. But so PVK just released on his podcast, I guess this is the homeroom for today, conversation. So he's been talking about all this stuff in the CRC. Sam, if Sam shows up, he can maybe pop on here and talk about confessions, because that's a topic that I'm always talking about. I've been talking about confessions since the beginning of this corner. And I guess what I want to try to do this morning is lay out the evolution of confessions and confessionality and what I see that as and what I think their point is and how I think they should be used both personally and within communities or groups. And I guess it's going to be a pretty broad mosaic. Lance is here. Lance was Tayo, Lance, Chezi, what up? Because Paul's video that he just I don't know that he released that as a video. It popped up as a podcast. Was on Lance's live stream, which was Mandy. Hey, what's up? Lance, your live stream. What was the title of that bad boy? On Grail Country was, what was it? Trying to make sense of the traditional shift in metamodernity. Something, I don't know, metamodernity. I'm one of those people that I don't really like the term metamodernity. I think Mark Palmer hit it out of the park when he said, as long as we're referring to modernity, we're still kind of within modernity. That's the key piece that everything is still based on: pre-modernity, post-modernity, metamodernity. And I think we're still trapped in that confessionality. All right, so let me lay this out, because this is something that when I try to talk about confessionalism and propositionalism, propositional tyranny, Sam also pushes back on this all the time. So if Sam is here, although Sam and I really relate on it, and we've had many, many conversations about it because of our history in churches. So let me try to lay it out. So I think the spirit of confessionalism that I'm talking about, I was speaking about this to a local buddy yesterday. The germ of it, the seed of it, the potential for it, I think was very present in, it's been around forever. You could probably go back to the beginning of time, but a lot of it is really tied to technology and the technology of writing and the ubiquity of writing, and then culminated in Gutenberg and making books and just being so text centric, having education being very text centric. And that's really connected to scholasticism. But the germ of that was always there. And so very often in my speaking against confessionality, people will point back to early creeds and confessions of the church. What's up, Mitch? And say, well, they had confessions. And I would agree that they did. But it's different than they are now. I think a lot of early confessions especially, and early creeds were very different. And one of the distinctions I've often pointed to is that, for example, in the Orthodox Church, the creed is really what it was traditionally called, was the symbol of the faith. And the symbol is a symbol is, I would say, a fundamentally different thing than a creed. A symbol is a simultaneous reciprocity of heaven and earth. It's a connection. It's a bridge. It's an icon. A symbol is an icon. And so it is and like, as my priest said, it's interesting in Orthodoxy that you don't actually even say the creed. You're not involved in the part of the liturgy traditionally as a catechumen, and you don't say the creed until after you're baptized, which is an interesting structural thing within the liturgy of the Orthodox Church. And so I think the creed being an icon, one of the things that does, because a lot of this stuff, okay, zooming back out again before going back in to talk about the evolution of this, a lot of this has to do with time. A lot of this really, really, really has to do with time. So your own experience of time, the tradition and the church's experience of time, whatever particular church or religious tradition you're talking about, and both the person, so like me, Luke, and let's say the Orthodox Church or whatever tradition you're in, Judaism or Hezi or whatever, both the person, so the body. This will get into, I guess, my institutions versus bodies thing. Is one of the things that I'm often prone to say, and I quote and I will claim this quote as my own, and also Paul Tillich, is all institutions are inherently demonic. That's something that I say. Indeed, he is risen. He is risen indeed. What's up, Jeremy? Or truly he is risen. Look at all these people, all the different ways you can say it. One of the fundamental differences, I think, between institutions and bodies is that bodies are inherently relationally based, not systems based, and not literally based, not word based. Because I would argue, this is what I would just posit, is that institutions are fundamentally systematic and propositionally oriented. They prioritize propositions and propositional knowing, the 1P of knowing, if we bring in Vervaeke's 4 Ps of knowing. So propositional, procedural, participatory, perspectival. They really, really forefront the propositional part of that, which leads to, I think, propositional tyranny. So that's why I think institutions are inherently connected with propositional tyranny. And that's inherently connected with technology, because you can't do any of that without technology. Without the technology of writing, either in books, my current book club book, Kazuo Ishiguro, Never Let Me Go. And then I just hit the computer screen. So either a book or a Bible or ancient writings on tablet or stone or papyrus or animal skins or whatever, that's a technology that you're beholden to, and you're trying to, Socrates lamented the written word, you're trying to offsource your memory to a technology. And the problem with that is, like, the Alexandrian libraries or banned books or book burnings or whatever is, you can burn books. There could be a solar flare to wipe out all computers, and all that writing could just disappear. But like, institutions are fundamentally rooted in writing. They're predicated in writing. They're predicated in creeds, creedalism. And that's the difference between religio and credo, right? Religio is like a ligament. A religion, what a religion is something that binds, something that unites, something that mystically brings things together, like a ligament. You don't see the ligaments in your body, but they're there. They're holding your bones together and your musculature so that you can move. The ligaments and tendons are their structure that is holding the unity together, the multiplicity together. So that's religion. And then credo is the naming of that religion, the talking about that religion, the writing about that religion. So they are related, but they're not the same thing, and they're doing different things. The the religio can't be faked because it's just is what holds things together. That's it. But the credo can be faked, or the credo can be bastardized, or the credo can be an attempt to promulgate something that is not, which ends up being antithetical and relationally opposed to the actual religio, and that's Christ and Antichrist. I mean, that's what those things are. That's truth and untruth. I mean, you could think of it as Orwell. That's what is the double speak or whatever. I mean, that's the same idea. I think that Orwell was getting at in 1984. So because these things are connected to technology, and because these modes of consciousness are somewhat emergent, different people at different times and in different contexts think differently about things. I think that a lot of our mental cognition is going to be similar, but all of it's relative, all of it's dependent. The medium is the message. And so you are very formed by technology. You're very formed by your moment in time. You're very formed by the narratives that shape you and the stories that you grew up with, both family and culturally and linguistically. All those things shape you. And so a pre-modern person, someone who was at more at the origin or the germ of what I'm talking about with confessionalism and creedalism and propositional tyranny, somebody who's at the beginning of that is not going to relate to those things in exactly the same way that we do today, because they're not as embedded within that pattern as we are now. Like, we have that resonance. That pattern has been repeated and reinstantiated over and over and over in many ways to get to the place where we are now. And I say that now, and what I'm talking about basically is the modern world, the modern technological world in the modern West, because as you follow this course through history, and it's very connected to religion. You have the church, and there's all the schisms and problems within the church, and a lot of that is tied to this idea of confessionalism. I mean, there's more things going on. There's political and bureaucratic and ego and ethnic tribalism going on that are leading to some of those schisms. But some of this propositional tyranny and the beginnings of propositional tyranny is leading to some of these schisms, I think, and divisions. And very often, like, I'll quote that St. Paul in 1 Corinthians 11, I think 17, 18, something like that. Maybe it's 14, 15, that, I hear the divisions exist among you, and of course it must be so, because how are you going to know how anyone is approved if there are no divisions, no differences of opinion? But there ought not to be schisms. There ought not, these distinctions and divisions and different ways of thinking about things, you ought not to be divided over them. And so so that was starting. I mean, that was happening there. The seed is present there. But then you keep going and things evolve. People are writing more and more. There's all these different councils are happening. Then all of a sudden, the writing and the miscommunication with writing, mainly between Latin and Greek and different sections, geographical sections of the church, this body, which is co-evolving with an institution and with different institutions, because all this writing stuff, institutionalization and systematizing, is happening at the same time as true living traditions and bodies are happening. And it leads to divisions and schisms and breaks. And it leads to the Great Schism. And then you keep going throughout history and time. I'm talking about this mainly in a Christian context. You have the printing press, and so there's a greater proliferation of writings and text and more focus on the text. And again, everything is relative, but it's not arbitrary. I do not think that it's arbitrary at all that the Protestant Reformation happened at the same time. And then it's just led to just more and more division and splintering and grouping, and to the degree now so that I would say, this is the quote that I love so much, is like, the last remaining acceptable form of bigotry is against those with whom you disagree. That is like textbook, which is an interesting thing to say. It's textbook, right? That's like authoritative, by the book, by the letter. That's an interesting, even psychological tell. It's a fossil. It's Owen Barfield. It's a fossil of consciousness. It's your words, out of the abundance of the heart, the mouth speaks. Your words are revealing deeply held things about you, and also can be sometimes internal conflicts, because sometimes we say things that we are truly reflective of where we're at, and sometimes we don't. That's the danger and the power of words and magic. That Alan Moore quote about magic. And so the textbook answer, or the whatever, I distracted myself and lost what I was even saying. So all this stuff was evolving to the point now where oh yeah, that's what I was going to say, is like a lot of the last remaining acceptable form of bigotry is against those with whom you disagree. So we have almost evolved to the point where, like, arguably, and this isn't completely true, there's always exceptions, but the exceptions prove the rule, is that most of our tribalism is not even ethnically oriented. I think it's not even necessarily family oriented. It's ideologically oriented. What side of the line on fill in the blank position are you standing on? Which is what I call the exclusivist religion on the right side of history. So, like, and you can apply this to anything. Like, it's Orthodox, not Orthodox, Christian, not Christian, Jewish, not Jewish, whatever, Republican, Democrat, fill in the blank. And that's how people will either accept you, approve, or disapprove of you, is like whatever line you self-identify with. That is, to me, that is like that's the culmination and the fruition of propositional tyranny and institutional corruption, which is inevitable, because the institution, it's Paul's line that I've never really liked, of without individuals nothing changes, without institutions nothing lasts. No, without spiritual bodies nothing lasts, because the spiritual body is the thing that carries over a pattern successively into generations and generations and generations. So a family has a spiritual body. We think of that because we're somewhat materialistic. You can think of that genetically, but the family pattern, like the Thompson family pattern, is there's a body of Thompsons. It's like you see it at a family reunion, but it's also in the past and it's also into the future. This is how these things relate to time, is the Thompson family pattern will continue, God willing, throughout time and into history. But that also happens with any spiritual body, whether it's a church or a religion or a whatever. And the institution that's connected with that body, like, you could do the same thing in your family. You could try to institutionalize your family. I don't think anyone really does. Like, writes up a bunch of documents and holds people to the letter, to the text, to the textbook about how you're going to operate in your family. There are implicit rules and laws and norms that people try to follow. And some of those are maybe written in your religious thing, but fundamentally, this is why I like the family as an illustration, is it's clearly a body. It's clearly more so a body than an institution. If your family starts acting like an institution, it will schism, because that's what divorces do. You start holding your spouse to the letter, and you prioritize. I mean, what is it? That's like the definition of psychopathy that Jordan Peterson talked about. You forefront short-term gain, winning whatever argument, holding them to the letter of the law, holding their feet to the fire, holding them accountable. So you forefront a short-term gain for the sake of the relationship, and then you get divorced, or you never speak to your children again, or that's when the body of the family starts acting more like an institution. And that's not good. I mean, it's well intended, because all these people are anyone who's trying to hold someone else to the truth of what they should be doing, or the law or the rule. I mean, there's part of that, right? That's well intended, but really it's, I think this is the delusion of the problem, and why Peterson's like just clean your own room thing is so important, is because you can so easily delude yourself that, like, well, I'm holding this other person to the letter of the law and to what they said they were going to do or whatever. And that's love. That's me being really faithful to the truth. I don't really think that's anyone's job to do for someone else. That's what you should be doing to yourself. That's the taking the log out of your own eye. Love is patient. Love is kind. It doesn't envy. It doesn't boast. It is not self-seeking. Keeps no record of wrongs. It does not insist on its own way. Love never fails. Love does not insist on its own way is huge. And so, like, operating as a body versus an institution, a healthy body, an integrated body, a body where the head is in unity and integrated with the rest of the body, caring for the rest of the body, not insisting on its own way. Like, the head can presume and assume that it knows what's best for the body, and then force that on the body, or it can be beholden to its own whims and passions. I mean, the directionality of this gets complicated because, like, if your body is trained, I often think of these terms in diets, with like a really poor diet and you have a gut biome and you've trained the bacteria in your gut biome to want things that are really bad for your body, well, then there's a lot of pathways. We often think that the head works this way down the body, and there's a lot of like, what would it be? Neurological signaling pathways from the head to the body. And we think communication mainly flows that way, but there's a lot of communication that flows back up to your head. I went to this lecture, a medical lecture actually, a few years ago on the gut biome, and it was saying there's actually more pathways running from your gut, which they call the second, you can almost call it the second brain of the body, to your head. So like a lot of times you can think and you can crave lots of bad food for you because your gut is signaling to you more of that thing that I've trained my bacteria in my gut to want. And so like all these things everything needs to be in harmony and flowing and integrated and working well for the body to be healthy. You know, I've often said schism or division, bodily division, can happen either way. It can happen from the body. You could think of it in church, like the lay congregation can be schismatic, but the head can be schismatic too, against the body. It can insist on its own way in a way that isn't faithful to the larger body or the spiritual body transcending through time. Because you could, fractally, this works at every level. So like your relationship to your own physical body, my person, exists throughout time. You know, because this is often one of those things that they'll talk about with philosophical materialism, is like, you're not necessarily the exact same thing as all the current atoms that are constituting your body, because those change throughout time. You know, you slough off skin cells and excrete stuff, and you're taking things in, and your body is this fluid spiritual pattern that's moving through time, which is related to its current iteration and manifestation, but it has a spiritual relation that goes into the past and goes into the future. To be faithful to your body is to live in such a way that is healthy, or good, I suppose. Good is probably a better word than even healthy, that will keep you alive, living, being into the future. And then eventually that will die, because Jordan Peterson said this line brilliantly instantly, because it's almost, what was it? That it's a line that deserves a lot of meditation. Is he said, like the fullness of life. It was something like the fullness of life includes death. I timestamped it. It was in his Russell Brand. It was at the beginning of his Russell Brand conversation. And that's a huge idea. I think you need to integrate death for the fullness of life. Anyhow. But the same is true of a family body. If that family body isn't related in a healthy way, like the Thompson family body, it exists into the past, but it won't exist into the future if it doesn't make choices and live in accordance with being, with life. You know, like if my son doesn't have kids, doesn't get married, doesn't make choices in accordance with life that is procreative, which is generative, the Thompson body thing will die, at least with me. It'll maybe continue with my brothers or something like that. But that will die. That's just how things work. The same is true with the church. So there's a local iteration of a church, which has a head, eldership, leadership, authorities. and then it has a body, and those things need to be integrated together well. And if that body and that spiritual pattern, you could pick a denomination, or you could say orthodoxy, or you could say some non-denominational church, if that body is healthy and generative, it will continue to exist throughout time. That's just how it works. But I think if it leans into its institutionalism and its systematizing mode and its propositional tyranny mode, it will eventually die, because that is not the unity of the 4 P's, which is the personal knowing, which integrates I hate this subjective objective divide, the divided man. It integrates the subject into your objectivity, which is what proper personal knowing is, because it's relational, it's participatory, it's perspectival, it's all those things. It's not merely propositional. The propositional is like almost the propositional level is the easiest level to talk about and to manipulate and to probably is the propositional level the most fluid? Is that why we are prone to propositional tyranny? Is it just because of the medium of the technologies? Because that's a key thing in here. McLuhan is a very key thing in here, because McLuhan's the medium is the message, and then when he says Jesus Christ is the one place where the medium and the message are one. So like you can't abstract truth from Jesus. That's why I am the truth. The truth is personal. I am the way. I am the life. It's those two things become one. You can't divorce the two. Whereas in like propositionalism, you can completely divorce. Strangely enough, the medium from the point, from the message. The creed can become antithetical to the religio, I think, in the realm of the propositional, which is its danger. And that's the thing, because it's magic. It's that Alan Moore quote on magic. It's we're constantly casting spells with words, which is probably why Grimm does all these savings throws. So what else did I want to say? I don't know. That's probably it. I'm not going to do this for a super long time, but I'll probably throw out a link and look at some comments. So I'm not feeling super inspired. All this stuff is very interesting to me because the Orthodox Church in America is going to have to figure this stuff out. Because the Orthodox Church in America is this strange thing, which is kind of an oxymoron. You know, it's like it's like Orthodox evangelicalism, Orthodox Protestantism, which doesn't make any sense. And I would make the strong case that traditionally an orthodoxy should very much be a body and not an institution, and should definitely lead into that. But orthodoxy in America is a totally different beast, because we're going to be struggling with this a lot. Anyhow, I'm looking at some of these comments.
Look at the comments, Luke.
Right. How you doing, my friend?
I'm doing well. It sounds like you're not really jazzed. I was interested to hear your thoughts on this. I see this thing is now, you've seen certain things bubble up into the zeitgeist of the TLC and this whole meta modern, and I think the Brandon Graham Dempsey and so on and so forth. Like, to me, and you hit on it too. I think Paul even mentioned that he just dropped one. He grabbed the conversation from yesterday. It just feels very perennialist to me, right?
Metamodernism.
Yeah, it feels like it's the next move of coexist, right? Which tries to remove all distinction. But actually, there is distinction. Like Hezi was talking about, how God's speaking to all these different peoples. And he, you know what I mean? Like, he's got Jewish, then he's got Islam. He's like, hey, there are all these distinctions. And I was thinking about, like, Father Alaska, when he talked about Native America, the native spirituality, when he was talking about Alaska, like in the Orthodox Church, right? And that's the most beautiful way, is like, they didn't move in and try and say, oh, all you guys is like your creation stories and everything else. All that stuff's all wrong. Like all that stuff you do, they're like, oh no, yeah, hey guys, you guys see this thing the same way. Here, let's give you kind of the Paul Harvey, the rest of the story to some extent. But they kept all the custom,
Yeah.
like they kept all the customs in place. It wasn't trying to colonize and like, hey, be like us. It wasn't like the move of Western uh, folks who go into third world countries and then try and turn them into being Western. It's like um, Jonathan or Jonathan Pajot, and why am I? Why are we talking about rabbits? Who's the guy that you went who has the
Oh,
Georgia
John
dinner?
Mears.
Yeah, they were talking about the best way to go do that sort of stuff is like, hey, go show up and spend time with people for about 6 or 7 months. Like, don't try and tell them what Hey, we're this rich country. We'll tell you how to live and try and figure things out. But doesn't this meta modern move feel very perennialist to you? Very the next extension of coexist.
Well, perennialism, yeah, I mean that's something I didn't touch on. Perennialism can be also a complicated issue because it's I often think of that. I think Yosef is the one who shared that debate between those two Jewish guys on perennialism, because like what do you mean by perennialism? And I did a video a while back on like perennialism versus religious pluralism, and is there a difference? Because if by perennialism you mean there is no difference between religions and it doesn't matter, that's not really what I would say. And Paul was getting into that in the video that or whatever podcast going to be video that he released today, riffing off your video, is that, and that's a lot of that was the main difference in that debate that I think they were talking about. Is perennialism really like there's a kind of perennialism which can be it can be akin to what I would call the mofo postmodernism, which says there is no difference and it doesn't really matter, but really it's a subtle power play move to say like this is the only true religion. This kind of coexist. It doesn't matter. Perennialism underneath that. Where I would be where I am right now is very much like there are definitely differences between different religious traditions. I mean, I will point out some of those things sometimes because I'm simultaneously I'm simultaneously perceived as this wooey guy, perennialist, universalist that's just like it's all kumbaya, it doesn't matter. But then there are certain topics that I get very serious about, and I point out distinctions that really exist both at the propositional level and at I think the bodied institutional religious traditional level that are different. Like there's differences between Christianity and Judaism, mainly mainly Jesus and his centrality, and that's a complicated issue. And then there are differences between like in my from what I understand so far from Orthodoxy and a lot of Western Christianity that tends to be a little bit more academic, scholastic, POSy, and these are so like what I would say is I do not think that it's possible to exist in some kind of I don't think it's possible to exist in a buffet, I guess, almost is one way you could think about it. You have to pick a tradition because it's that line that Peugeot talks about, and I think is very true, is like you don't really know anything without initiation. Because where you get this personal knowing that integrates the propositional, the perspectival, the participatory, you get all that through initiation.
Right.
That's what
Well,
gives you the perspectival thing. And so you
don't
have
you
to
think
pick a tradition. You have to.
don't you think just this like it's like a sense of we need unity and multiplicity. And I see some people that try to make that move. I feel like they're trying to just get to the unity. Like if you're trying to find this thing that's just up here, it's like you've got to have the unity and the multiplicity. Like I think people try and do the binary on that, Luke. Like some people want to be just it's all the multiplicity. Some people want to be all the unity, and it's in the tension of the two. It's in the paradox of the two, right there in that sweet little spot.
Can
in
you
the middle.
illustrate in what sense you're using that? Because when you're saying unity and multiplicity of what, I don't know in what context you're talking about it.
So, for example, if you're trying to define and say, hey, we're just going to try and find this thing at the top. And, so one of the ways you could describe perennialism is like kind of this, like, knowledge that transcends time. And so there's a very rationalist perennialism kind of definition where it's like, hey, we want to try and come up here and find these things that are just the same sort of thing. What's a mere sort of rule, and get rid of all the multiplicity that actually exists down here, right? And I think Hezzy's, I really was impacted. I'm ruminating on what Hezzy talked about because I actually intuitively believe this, and it's how I would believe this as a apokatastasis Christian, which is God is speaking and moving through the Jewish tradition, right? God is speaking and moving through the Christian tradition. God is speaking and moving through, even though I would find things, certain aspects of certain religions as missing the mark, which I think can have some harmful effects. It doesn't mean that God isn't everywhere present, filling all things, right? So
just in their own way, in their own time. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think it's this, it's the right wrong game. It's trying to remove all distinction. So can't we all just agree on this thing right here at the top? And that, again, that's not, you can be right and be wrong, be wrong and be right, like your thing there. I'm not saying that that's not 100% there, but I just feel, I'm just describing how it feels like to me. It feels like an attempt to remove distinction.
Right.
Well, I mean, like looking at like the conversation in this space over the last several years, the a lot of the conversation that I heard was removing the distinction, or let's say, I'm sorry, it was highlighting a particular distinction, like the Protestants all are to blame for all of this. It's kind of like what I heard a lot of conversation, like propositionalism and the Protestants, blah 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 blah, and then so they hammered away, like a lot of us hammered away on this for like years, and then now we can't even talk about. Well, first of all, we also were told we probably wouldn't be good to evangelize or proselytize or any of that stuff. And now the only people I hear proselytizing or evangelizing are the Orthodox. And it's actually quite annoying.
Well, yeah. So that would get into a lot of the conversation.
Because it's
I don't know. Are you have more to say?
Well, because this is something that I'm hearing. I mean,
I guarantee you, Chad, my mom is still proselytizing and evangelizing all the time, and Pentecostals haven't quit.
Yeah, but I don't know her, and she's not in the corner.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, but I don't know her, and she's not in the corner.
Gotcha.
So like but like the other thing is like that I've noticed this morning. Peugeot talked with Father Damick or whatever his name is.
Yeah,
and Father Damick's his new podcast, right? So we've been over here for the last 4 or 5 years doing all this hard work, and now Father Demick comes in and starts acting like this is a kind of like a new, like this. There's this new thing happening, and so like now you're gonna like come and take all of the. I don't know. It seems stupid to me.
What's he saying, or what's he trying?
Why are you mad at him for that, Chad? One of the things I'll tell you, the video that I treated. One of the things
because here's what I'm mad at about it. Because if Gordon or Jordan B. Cooper come along and do that, you guys would shit all over him.
Well,
and
no,
so
I think
it's okay. It's only okay for the Orthodox to do it.
Well, so here's
it's only okay for you Orthodox to do it. You guys are the most evangelistic people around here. And it's super annoying.
Okay, that's great, Chad. That's great, Chad. Maybe
you guys act like you're so great, and it's just annoying. You're not great. You're just as great as the rest of us, and don't treat it otherwise. We're all a bunch of flawed assholes. So the more that we can get on board with the fact that we're all like assholes, the more that we can actually admit that, the better. Bye.
Love you, Chad. One of the things I'd say.
Wait a minute, clue me in. What have I missed out that had? Why was Chad all aggro there? What's
Well,
going on?
I have lots of thoughts, but so does
No,
Landon.
One of the things about Father Damick is he is doing this. What is Father Damick? I just treated the video a little bit on this, and Paul treated on his. He and his Antiochian colleagues are trying to get their head around the fact that they're seeing this surge into their churches, right? They're having people leave. This isn't a net growth, but they're seeing all these like people are coming into their churches. They did no evangelistic effort, right? They're doing more adult chrismations and baptisms in some churches more in 1 year than they've done in the entire history of their churches. So
don't you think Lance, don't you think there's a through line between what you just said there about there being no net growth and all these new people coming in? It's directly connected to what Chad is observing about how evangelistic Orthodox in America are right now. Well, doesn't that have something to do with the character of the change of who's going out and who's coming in?
Yeah. So we're certainly talking about it here. I would just say, because being in Orthodox churches, Nate, right? The difference is the internet, but it is wild that they're trying to wrestle with this as clergy. Like, what's happened? Like, all these people are just coming in their door, and they're trying to figure out what's going on. So I think Father Damick, in terms of doing this, and I would say, Chad, the same way that the Orthodox don't control everything, like we don't control the meaning crisis either, that he's just trying to make some sense of, along with his fellow clergy, what is this phenomenon? And it's really, and here's what I don't have my finger on. The Greek Orthodox Church is not experiencing this kind of growth, but something's going on in that Antioch. Like when I go to the Antioch churches, they're busting at the seams. It's really weird. And so, the fact that he's entering into this conversation, I think they're doing surveys and he's trying to get his head around it because he's noticing this phenomenon, right? And it's very interesting. So if you sat in your church for 25 years, Nate, and you might get one or two every 2 or 3 years, and all of a sudden you got 30 people that come in 1 year, you step back and you go, what's going on here? That's kind of
right. I'm a newbie, so like I take all this with a grain of salt. I'm just speaking my mind. I often say this in streams or online when I'm talking. I don't speak for Orthodoxy. None of this. I'm just saying what I see and what I think.
And so Nate, and I need to leave here, and I want to listen because I'm really trying to get my head around. Because Nate, you're one I wanted to hear on this meta-modernity because you believe that's what we're moving to. So I'm really excited to hear your thoughts.
Right. I think that in some sense. So I like the idea of meta-modernity, and I think like obviously like modernity is ending, and we're by definition moving into a meta-modernity. The only question is the formulations that I've seen of it so far, not it.
Yeah, maybe that's yeah. So
it's a rear guard action for modernity. What I've seen so far.
I don't know what I'm trying to put my finger on it, Nate. Like something feels very familiar. Like I'm saying things like what I'm seeing is it feels like the next coexist move or a next parentalist
right. Yes,
move.
And here's the thing. It's like the thing that is the thing that happened in my conversation with Brendan that was most telling was when he started wanting to police me for using Christian language to talk about religious ideas when I'm a Christian. It's like, if I was a Buddhist that was talking to him, would he have policed me using Buddhist language? If I was a Jew, would he have policed me for using Jewish language?
Well, he's a Christian.
Right. So it's only policed me for using, because somehow it's like, only like it's funny because and he views it as the reason he policed me is he views it as an exclusivistic move. But the thing is, it's like there is nothing more inclusive conceptually than Christ. But he doesn't. Here's the thing, though. What he said on that point is that that's only one way of seeing Christianity. Well, okay, but I'm not in control of how other people see the faith.
Right. I've got to leave. I'm totally going to listen to this offline. I take my wife to the doctor, and this conversation is interesting. And what I hope that people understand, the conversation I keep wanting to have, and I'm using Orthodoxy as a palette. The thing that I'm noticing, Nate, is people are moving into Anglicanism too. Like there's this move in traditionality. Like it's fundamental. There's a real move, and this is for someone who's planted churches. This is a shocking move, Nate. This is not something that you would have expected to happen 25, 30, 10, 15 years ago. And so I'm not just limiting this conversation to orthodoxy. I'm very fascinated, and I know people want to push back on it, but the statistics and the move is real. And I find that fascinating.
Well, Lance, I can tell you, we've had in my Anglican church, we have had several new like families of young married men with families have entered our church recently.
And I asked my friend, and he's noticing the same thing. He's like, Lance, we're getting we can't believe what was coming through our door, younger people and everything else. He's like, we hadn't seen this the past 20 years. In the past 3 years, they've seen a move into their church.
Yeah. So
anyway,
here's
let's not mind.
I want to try to connect these two dots and integrate it into my opening thoughts, though, is like part of these bodies' relationship to time. So orthodoxy and its triumphalism or evangelism or whatever. Again, I'm speaking for myself. I'm going to talk about my experience and the freedom I found in orthodoxy. If that's compelling to you, cool. I'm not being evangelical. I've done a live stream.
Yeah, that's why. This is what I don't get. I don't think like Luke. You've been like I don't get it. It's like I'm trying to understand where Chad's anger was coming from because I never heard you say anything.
No,
but
it's not even necessarily me because what Chad is talking about, I think, is completely legitimate and real. And the way that I'll try to illustrate it is this: Sam's gotten frustrated about it. Like this is. Pay attention, discern the spirits. There's something really happening that I think is frustrating with orthodoxy and what I would.
Oh, okay. I see what you're talking about orthodox, right? Okay, but here's the thing. It's like, yeah, I get what he's saying about orthodox. I definitely see that side of orthodoxy too.
You're right. So what I think is what's happening,
but I don't see that side of orthodoxy reflected much in TLC.
Probably not. Yeah, probably not as strongly, but that's because it's the whole medium is the message thing. You can't do that kind of thing in TLC. Like if you're going to try to colonize TLC, you're either going to get frustrated and leave and go join some rah-rah
or you'll stop
Orthodox
colonizing
cheerleader group.
Yeah.
Or whatever, because you're not going to get what you want because you're insisting on your own way. So like what's happening though with the body of orthodoxy and as it transitions through time, not just one person converting, but like this mass conversion thing that's happening is like, how do you initiate all those people in a body that is for the good of that body throughout time? Whatever's happening right now with internet orthodoxy and all these mass conversions scares the shit out of me because what it makes me think is going to happen is my fear is that orthodoxy is going to turn into the thing that I was trying to get the hell away from. and I'm for real. And I was just talking to a guy here locally, and I mentioned this the other day, who's a somewhat prominent Substack writer who's been Orthodox for about 15 years, had a long story that I'm not that familiar with, Christian knows, who's actually doing the very thing. He wants to go kind of into the wild of orthodoxy. This whole thing is weirding him the hell out. And I think that's what's happening is in certain parishes, depending on the maybe temperament of the priest, maybe he's a convert, maybe he's a Brad Jerzak, Eastern Rite evangelical to some degree, who's just put on the Orthodox garb, both, double entendre in many ways. But he's still spiritually evangelical, and he's just trying to, and it's just the new form of right belief in a rationalist, objectivist way. That's not orthodoxy. And if orthodoxy decides to turn into that, but
Brad Jerzak certainly isn't like one of the like hyper evangelical sort of.
No, but that's his phrase. His phrase is Eastern Rite evangelical. Gotcha. He's the one who coined that or said that.
Yeah.
So Christian.
That's why yesterday when I had the conversation with Lance about metamodernity on Braille Country, I brought up the fact that I had some friends that are kind of like ready to go be Orthodox, and I said I was trying to like to get them to step back from the cliff, not because I think it's bad to go be Orthodox. Like that's not what I'm talking about. I think it's just this what Luke was just pointing out about this. I still think it's based in a hyper rationality of propositionalism, like if I can grab the right truth, then everything will be fixed. And I'm like,
Right.
let's aim at that. But it doesn't look like it makes sense where we live to do that right now. Like if there was an Orthodox church in our town, maybe that would make sense, but there's not.
Yeah.
We're in this town. We're in this life. We're here together. Let's figure that out.
Right.
That's kind of that, because I think there like Luke you were talking about earlier in the stream, just this, if you're coming at it propositionally, which I think is so in the water, that is the modern thing, is to come at that and okay, I've got the right ideas now I'm going to go be a part of the right ideas.
Right.
That's, like you said, I think maybe that's what you kind of said, that scares you or whatever.
It does scare me. Now, I want to point out a couple of these comments because I think they'll be illustrative, and then I want to hear what Noah and Jess have to say. So, like, this is funny, becoming the new CrossFit, Jeremy. But then there's a couple comments here. So Mitch says, Orthodoxy has always been the thing you're trying to get away from. Or Tayo said, confirmed, Luke's still Protestant. And then also this, like, and I think this is what they're trying to get at. If Orthodoxy decides to turn into that, you'll schism. Well, okay. I
gotta say really quick, Luke. Just look. I've been kind of following Chad's comments in the chat, and it seems like Chad is just like, I'm sick of just hearing about Orthodoxy. Is what it boils down to. And his point seems to be like, he thinks that we should be less concerned with our particular identification. And we do talk about Orthodoxy more than any other, for whatever reason. We do talk about Orthodoxy more than any other Christian tradition. I think that's because we have a lot of Orthodox, I guess, would just be why. I will talk about Anglicanism occasionally, not very often, but I don't hesitate to identify as Anglican. Let me say this. Chad is Lutheran, right? So if you're feeling left out, let me tell you this. One of my absolute favorite theologians is a Lutheran, Robert Jensen. Father Aidan Kemmel, who has the wonderful blog on Christian Universalism. He's an Orthodox priest. His favorite theologian is Robert Jensen. The Lutherans are awesome. I love the Lutherans. You should be proud to be a Lutheran. And I don't think anyone here would say anything other than that.
Here, I guess, is what I want to say with all of this. If you find in yourself, and I have some of this too, so I'm not just like preaching at people. It's related to me. If anybody's label, whether it's calling me Protestant or hearing Orthodoxy over and over, or because I knew Chad was going to say this, he's not really Lutheran. Because here's the thing, Chad doesn't he go to a
Lutheran church?
He does, but let me just get this out. Okay. Chad has no self-identity to the label.
Oh, I gotcha.
Because of his AA stuff. If you're getting triggered by label things, it's because you're an identitarian. That's what I would say. And you're not.
Yeah, because I just don't. Yeah, because I don't like. I would say that's right. Because here's the thing. I think it's like it's kind of like the way some people want to read. There was neither Jew nor Greek, slave nor free, as if it just in Christ obliterates all distinctions. No, it does not.
Right.
Because Christ is the very cause of our distinctions.
It's the identity.
It doesn't. It's just that they don't matter because it's brought up into the higher unity of love. So those distinctions don't matter.
And I guess that's what I would say is everybody's still calling me Protestant. I'm trying to escape falling into those dualities constantly, which is why I went into Orthodoxy. So if Orthodoxy becomes that, it's not the thing that I was even trying to enter into anyhow. So then it's just like, I mean, I don't know. Like it's one of these things of like, I'm not in speaking against something. We have to use language. We have to use propositions. When I talk about POS or Protestantism or what I see there as a pattern, people can get triggered and think I'm doing some sort of Orthodox triumphalism. That's not what I'm doing. All I can tell you is in as much as I'm self-aware and know what's really going on in my heart, it's not what I'm trying to do. I mean, you can keep saying I'm doing that. I mean, that hurts me relationally more than anything, because you're not believing what I'm telling you.
I just want to add. I just want to add that it, on a broader sense and an adjacent sense. Nate and I were at Symbolic World, very well put together conference, very successful conference, very orthodox conference, very this corner of the internet conference. Jordan Peterson's wearing icons on his jacket that says Jesus Christ. These people, that's influence. That's just influence. That's reality. And they have a massive influence on this part of the corner. And I think that you just have to accept that for what it is. And
the Orthodox have a better internet game than anybody.
Well, that's... but the thing I always want to contend with is just that Jonathan Peugeot was a Baptist missionary.
Yep.
He was a Baptist missionary.
Yep.
Richard Rowland was a Baptist.
Yep.
You don't, and so was Luke.
Oh, by the way, that's interesting. I was talking about that. So my priest was a Baptist too.
Yes,
my Anglican priest was a Baptist.
And I think that you talking about things that form us and shape us. It's just like, is Jonathan Peugeot consciously not using proselytizing language in his? Yes, on purpose, because he's Orthodox. Check. Is Jonathan Peugeot being intentional with sharing a vision for life that he has found in Orthodoxy? Yes. Is it appealing? Is it well done? Is it attractive? Yes. So there you have it. But that doesn't. I'm saying that I don't think that it works contextually, and you're trying to. And the problem that I see is that you're trying to get people. Not that he's trying, but what the result of that is it makes people want to be a part of this beautiful vision that isn't possible everywhere.
But the Orthodox Church certainly has its dark corners.
Yes.
I'll give you for example.
It's in 1500, also like the spirit, some of the, I would say even farther adjacent spirit would be something like the new atheist spirit. Like it's an ad hominem spirit where it's like, oh, look, I've got something that's 1500 years old. You don't. You suck. You're stupid. Look, I found it, and I'm now on that side of the line, so you can't do anything about it. Ha, 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 ha.
Well, then you're doing pride is the excess of identity. That's what you're doing there.
I think I've watched that in New Atheism for 10, 15 years. Now that's dead, it's somewhere else. Still, the spirit's not dead.
I gotta say, how is someone saying being honest about what their tradition is, which is the way that their tradition indicates the way that they understand God. So when someone tells you the tradition that they come from, they're telling you how they understand God. How is that so far removed from a God of your own understanding? As long as you are giving space and allowing for the existence of other traditions and approaches, which I don't see not happening.
This is where
I'm really trying to. I love Chad, and I really am trying to understand what got him upset and why he's upset, because I don't like seeing people feeling upset.
I think so. I half agree with Chad, and I half would push back with him. I know what he's talking about. He's talking about orthodoxy or whatever all the time, set against and opposed to everything else, and as a judgment and a condemnation as everything else. He's talking about identitarianism, but just where we prioritize orthodoxy. Cool, I'm all about that. But Chad, you can't. You're not going to get rid of the distinctions. You have to somehow be able to keep talking about the distinctions without breaking relationship.
Yeah.
Well, I think some of this comes back to McMo posted something in chat earlier about how the joke is that does evangelical mean Christians who aren't like me, or almost dumb Christians? There's this kind of aspect of the TLC that we kind of come into where we kind of pick out Christians that come from our past or that we've run into that don't fulfill what we see here or we want to see here, and then we kind of pick at them, and it feels very pulling down and breaking down, and again, a little bit of antagonism of of that, and not a lifting up or I don't know. And then it seems to be just juxtaposed against orthodoxy. Like, I'm Orthodox, and this is the right way to do it, and they're all doing it wrong, and they're proselytizing, but I'm not proselytizing. You shouldn't proselytize like me, an Orthodox, which is proselytizing. Like, you're now trying to convert people to the side of non-proselytizing, and so there's this dynamic
proselytizing.
Yes, and it feels incredibly uncomfortable sometimes, and sometimes it feels
because I'm not
like,
allowed to do it.
well, and it feels like really uncomfortable sometimes, especially, I don't know, in my experience, coming from a Pentecostal background. You know, even Peugeot has said in a video, like, oh, all Christians can believe this, but maybe not those Pentecostals. And I was agreeing with him throughout the entire video. And I'm like, what the heck? Like, I'm 100% on board. What's the problem? Why am I excluded? Yeah, and yeah, that's just some of what I've been thinking. I don't know if I misrepresented you, Chad, but that was how I was feeling.
Well, no, my point is this: is that if all of us who make our videos or who come on these streams prefaced our conversation with a preamble of, you know, I'm a Lutheran, whatever. I'm not a Lutheran, but let's just say I was. And if we all did that, this place would disintegrate in like no time flat. And so, like, the most of us, I think, sense that, and we actually don't even see the value of having to point out whether I'm a Catholic or I'm a Big Eva, or every opportunity that we have, we don't like point that out. And it's like, well, the Ortho Bros, we just come to expect it from the Ortho Bros, and so I guess just let them do it. And meanwhile, the Ortho Bros have spent the last 4 years, like backhandedly, like pulling apart these other traditions, and so now we can't even defend ourselves because whatever bullshit arguments you guys have made about it's not propositional, blah 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 blah. It's like it's really really annoying. So that's my point.
I think of when you evoke the word orthobros, I think of like very different kinds of people that I see online than what I see. I wouldn't classify Luke as an orthobro.
Well, he's an ortho.
Yeah, he's Orthodox, but I wouldn't call him an ortho bro. Because here's the thing, Chad.
No, wait, okay, he's not ortho bro, but he's an ortho promo.
Well, here's the thing, Chad. There's a difference. It's like the ortho bros actually think that the Orthodox Church is the only true church.
Yeah.
And they're not sure that you, as a Christian, as a confessed Christian who belongs to another Christian tradition, they will not say that they're sure that you are saved.
Yes, and
that's what
and Luke is still promoting them.
I don't think.
See what I'm saying?
I don't. Think
yes,
he is,
I think
though.
he is. I just saying the name is promoting it.
Yeah, I don't know. I think I see more facets of orthodoxy, so I don't have that concern.
Well, you're also
I think
like, how many points ahead of the rest of us in IQ? I'm talking about the general person that trips over these videos. I mean,
God damn it, I love you, Chad. Hey, by the way, your passion here, and you're saying something for sure. I'm trying.
All I'm saying is what Sam
I'm
said
actually
the other day.
I'm trying to understand you, so I'm not that smart because I can't understand you right now.
I think maybe understanding doesn't have to do with intelligence.
I think right now I just see two friends that are like having some hostility toward each other, and I'm just.
It's not against Luke. It's not. I'm using Luke as a proxy here. What I'm trying to do is say exactly what Sam said several weeks ago. Mm-hmm. Like, oh, you guys, every time you have this little opportunity to do this, sorry. It's like
I think Chad, there's a few things. This is funny. I'm going to be the Luke defender in this case, because I do feel your frustration, and I've also had like a similar outburst on a Luke stream. And I think, Nate, you're partly right. There's a case in which there's just lots of ortho Orthodox talk, especially on like in this little corner. I think focusing on this little corner might be helpful to be able to get Chad's frustration, because in this little corner particularly, there's sort of a consensus that certain things are bad, and those bad things stem, a lot of them can be laid at the feet of Protestantism, from sola scriptura to, I don't know, institutions to whatever, and so that gets brought up a lot. So I think just merely the frequency, and Chad, you have to take some accountability as well. You watch too much TLC content. That's why you're hearing a lot of orthodox here, because that's why I'm hearing it. We pay a lot of attention to this corner, and in this corner, there's a lot of orthodox conversation. Nevertheless, I think there's also the fact that no one promotes personalist knowing more than Luke. And I think Chad make the point of, if it's so much about personalist knowing, why is so much of your fallback upon the Orthodox Church, which I think
That's just my experience, which I don't know how to talk about
I
in
agree.
any other way.
I agree, and that my defense of that would have been that if we're all about people sharing their story, a lot of people a meaningful part of their story is their conversion to Orthodoxy, where they finally found a place where they could have a relationship with God that without a lot of the baggage they previously had. So we can't encourage people to share their story and then get frustrated when they're sharing the most meaningful part of their story.
Yeah, no,
That's
I
a good
understand.
word. And then I just want to say what Rod said here is very true before we continue. He says, whenever we find ourselves in an argument, rather than each side trying to make their points, perhaps the argument itself is the point. An argument means that something's at stake. What is at stake? What he's just saying is like this is something's happening. What's going on in Chad, his response, like no matter, it's discerning the spirits, I think, is what Rod is trying to say, because there's something happening here that is meaningful. And rather than just like entrenching yourself in either side, you should try to discern why. Because like I think it's true. When Sam or Chad get frustrated with something, they're observing that something is real. Maybe they don't handle that perfectly, but whatever they're observing is a very real
Bro,
thing.
I handle it
I
so
always
good. I don't know
handle
what
my
you're talking
frustrations
about.
perfectly.
That's what
I
I'm
always-
doing right now, bro.
I always handle them perfectly.
Yeah, actually, definitely, like that. Not failing to bring it up is definitely a productive way of handling it. You know, if you have an issue, you should.
It's just like the dude who's from the Peterson sphere who always wants to shit on the modernists. You know, it's like jeepers creepers, dude. Every time I go to your channel, all I hear is, it's the modernists. You gotta navigate around the modernists. The modernists are always breaking with the modernists. It's the damn
What is with that
postmodernists and
stupid
modernists.
Peterson sphere thing? Who do they think they're fooling? They still belong to us. They can call themselves the Peterson sphere.
It's
all
because
day
they're
long.
not modernists, okay? And only the non-modernists can be in the Peterson sphere because it's huge. It's way beyond the modern.
But I think like Chad was being funny, but I think there is that strikes one of my points and reasons why I get frustrated, which is Luke, you said correctly that we can't ignore the differences, and I think you're exactly right on that. But there are other differences. There are other differences apart from orthodoxy, and the amplification or the reverse of that, of those voices, speaks ill of what we're doing here. Basically, like it does. There's a incoherent. Oh, baby, okay. With if we're saying yes, we want to talk about our unity and multiplicity, but the multiplicity seems to be lacking because the multiplicity, as far as Christianity is concerned, just seems to revolve around orthodoxy.
Right.
We're not doing a good job of integrating those other standing points.
Well, to illustrate these points, like, okay, so in here we got Jeff, Christian, Noah.
I gotta go to work. I gotta leave. I'm sorry, but it was glad I jumped in though.
No, it was good. It was
Yeah,
good.
I gotta get going too. But I'll say one last thing before I go. I'll stop talking about Sleep Token and Alcoholics Anonymous when you stop talking about orthodoxy.
I don't want you to, man. But
No deal.
what McMo said earlier, I think, is a good point too. Is like, what do you do when your friends stop wanting to hear the things you're passionate about? That's a good question. But also, so the point I was going to make is we got Jess, Christian, Michael, Mitch. Now everyone else in here is not Orthodox and is some stripe of Protestant. I think all evangelical. And so, and I think you're all great. And I don't think any of you should convert to Orthodoxy. So, because you don't want to. And that's fine. That's completely fine. And that's completely fantastic. It's kind of like, I guess what I'm trying to say by illustrating that is that it's an exceptions and rules thing. I will probably continue to speak against the spirit of Protestantism and evangelicalism as a principle and as a spirit, as a larger body, because of problems and issues that I see in it, while saying at the same time, that if you are one of the exceptional people or churches or groups within that is not beholden to that spirit and that is living a generative, beautiful, embodied life, good for you then. Fantastic.
That's still so condescending in the way.
But why is that condescending?
I'll say it because it feels it's if you're part of the good ones, good for you. But for the most part, the good ones are rare. That's the tone in which I took that.
But I think yeah,
But,
okay.
and I don't disagree with that. But I think that would also apply to Orthodox churches.
Sure. Yeah, for sure.
So but that's the condescending tone that I got from that. It's like, yeah, if you happen to be part of one of the few good ones, good for you. But for the most part, it's all cool.
But this is the point though of where propositional stuff, I guess, and Mitch is always pushing on this. The propositional stuff does matter because in as much as I can discern properly, the theology of the Orthodox Church is the one that I think is most true propositionally. And so how could I pretend otherwise? I don't think that. So, and I have to say that, while at the same time not diminishing wherever you are and whatever you see. I don't know how I can do anything else.
Yeah, that's on the money. And, I think, in the comments, I often with you, Luke, I played this kind of catch you in a double standard game. It's kind of mean, but, if somebody played that game with me, they would rack up points very quickly. And I guess I would be the better for them having played it. But I like that we preface ourselves with our tradition because it kind of shows in a shorthand where our conscience is bound, and I think I think we got to proselytize. We can't catch ourselves continually saying God is working through X or Y, and therefore it's good. We still have to call good and bad where we see it as we can see it, and that's an enormous risk. I think of Jesus saying it's necessary that temptation would come into the world, but woe to those by whom it comes. Like there are these things that he's working through, but you can still call those things bad, and you can still try to push against those things or support the things that you think are good or having the best kind of realization of what you understand the truth to be. So I think it's good that you share that you're Orthodox and share with others the merits of it and the demerits of things that you don't think are as fully presenting the truth.
So I want to hear from Jess and Michael, but my one response to that is I'm still not going to go with you on the proselytizing thing. Everything else I agree with. I'm going to say what I think about stuff, but the difference is the taking the log out of my own eye and applying what I see to myself versus telling other people they need to do what I see.
You've got to do that. You've got to do that. You've got to take it. You've got to get it out of yours so that you can see to get it out of theirs. That's the other end of the. It's first that's what he says, right? First get the plank out of your own eyes, so then you could see clearly to get the speck out of your brother's eye. That's part of it.
Yeah, I don't know. There's something in it, like the way that Jordan Peterson talks about, like fixing yourself first, and like if you see something that's wrong with you, Well, if you're wrong, though, it only affects you. But like you take that systemically, this is my whole institution thing. I see what's wrong. I focus primarily on the propositional, and then I apply that systemically, and then I apply that through government to like a whole nation. That's how you end up in the fucking gulags.
What else can you do? I mean,
Not
totally.
that. You could not do that.
I don't think you can not do that. I mean, I think we're all doing that all the time, and that's all we've got.
I'm not using institutions and systems. I'm never going to promulgate that crap.
I say potato over and over again when you do the institution body thing, because sometimes I feel like you criminalize something when you say, oh, you're an identitarian or you're a propositionalist, and I'm like, okay, well, maybe that's just a way of talking about how that's a way of referring to someone who's maybe wielding those very necessary inevitable things poorly.
Yeah, I think that's probably right. Corey, Jeff, Michael, anyone? What's that sound? You going through a car wash?
Is that Jess?
Not me.
I think it's Jess.
Jess, was that you? Your mic was just like picking up you rattling things across the room? Oh.
I'm making oatmeal.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I can mute. That's some loud oatmeal.
You're fine now. Do you have things to add?
Yeah, I just put a clip up from Francis Schaeffer. It was like 45 years ago or whatever he said this, and it just like rung so true, and I heard it because he was saying that like there's two options to like the chaos of the world. One is like that an authoritarian power rises, or the other is a return to the Christian consensus. But the really fascinating thing was he said that Christianity cannot be accepted merely as a superior form of utilitarianism, which is what I kind of hear a lot of people reaching out for, especially like, these new atheists that are, that are coming to Christ. And obviously some of them are having that personal experience, but like the idea that just like, if we had cultural Christianity again, then the world would be a better place. And I think as much as it was an inadequacy of the church history class in my Assemblies of God Bible college, when they skip from Constantine to Luther, the problem there is a real problem in the fact that when Constantine becomes a Christian and Christianity becomes the official religion of the empire, it's great for the real Christians, and the second most incentivized group to become Christians is people who can just benefit in the worst possible way. So
yeah.
And as far as like the whole that's, and orthodoxy has kind of just been wrapped up in that whole thing. Those are the issues. So like as to for what's going to come, like I'm so on board for anybody who, and this is what I said with Lance yesterday. It's like this. There's like this thing where you need three different things to compare, because you grow up in evangelicalism and evangelical church, and then you go out in the world and you say these are exactly the same. Everything's the same. Nobody's like, what's the difference? And then you encounter something like orthodoxy or Catholicism or anything where it's the strangeness of that traditional form, and then all of a sudden you can see what you missed in the church you grew up in, and hopefully then you can reconcile, like, oh, now I understand what my parents got out of that church that I didn't like. So I think that's where the value in these things are, and so it's like, because every time I meet somebody, whatever type of Christian they are, it's amazing when you come to the common ground and realize, Christ, I know Christ, you know Christ. It doesn't matter what kind of church we go to, and it's like, meet people.
What about Hezi?
Well, I think that the second best thing to the second best theological journey to Christ is anybody but Christ, which is what I feel like the Jewish project is doing. So, I mean, you know, because so I mean, you know, and that's why, like, I like a pluralism, a meta modern thing, because I think that the messiness that comes with it is worth the value in letting people have that that true search, because, like, you know, because if you think about it, it's like once the whole empire becomes Christian and people are growing up in this, there's no way to know if they're encountering the church that's run by the priest or the bishop who's a real saint, or the one who saw this was a means to power and prosperity. And that context is going to radically affect how somebody growing up feels about the faith, you know? So
that's a very, like, Kierkegaard, like, if everyone's a Christian, nobody's a Christian. And I read this last night, but I want to read it again because you reminded me of it with Constantine. Because this is this Jacques Ellul quote at the beginning of this Substack of this local guy, but it's related. So he says, Jesus does not seem to have had a vision of a triumphant and triumphal church encircling the globe. He always depicts for us a secret force that modifies things from within, that acts spiritually, that shows us community, unable to be anything else but community. The concept, quote, Christian, then bears an inverse relation to numbers, whereas that of the state bears a direct relation. Nevertheless, the two concepts have been combined to the great advantage of nonsense and the priests. People cannot see or understand that Christianity has been abolished by its propagation. It's a baller quote.
Yeah.
Corey?
It's a little bit of an ambiguous quote. Nice to see your face in person-ish, Luke.
Yeah.
So that's I think about Peter as the now one Catholic representative on this little stream.
Catholic.
I know. I'm gonna preface everything with my whole Orthodox view, small O Orthodox, and now this is the time that my kids choose to come and see me. This is perfect time.
You be quiet.
No, but
you be quiet. I'm trying to teach people how to love. Shut up. Hey, Corey.
You back, by the way. I'll text you back soon.
Yeah. Really, classic Catholic. You know, someone
That's
outside.
Right.
Yeah.
Yep. I only text Catholics first.
Yeah.
Same day. Here, hold on. I'm on the phone right now. Okay. Yeah.
It's almost as loud as Justin Bieber.
Yeah, almost. Okay, Peter is ambiguous, right? We were just doing Mark 8 in our little Bible study the other night. And, you know, get behind me, Satan, right after he says, you know, you're the Christ. He's the first person to say it. And I think Pajot is actually the one who's talked to, I guess, probably a couple months ago at this point, how he's really interested in how Peter is this ambiguous character, that he kind of seems to have the fullness of the best and the fullness of the worst. But he's, you know, he's all in. And it seems like and I've heard you talk about that before to Luke, how, like, it's more important that we are fully representative and fully all in to what we've been given to see, to include sharing the fullness thereof, right? So,
hot or cold.
Yeah, exactly. Don't be the lukewarm one. Lukewarm.
I know.
Luke.
And, you know, I like for Vakey, he's helped me with this as well, the idea of opponent processing. And you see it on different scales. We've got opponent processing going on here between us as individuals. But at the same time, you know, Michael, I heard you talking about how there's providence and schism, maybe, and how having different aspects of church to come into contact with each other, which we're representing here on a smaller scale, is, you might hypothesize, precisely a way that God reveals more of himself, because each of us sees him in a different facet. The only way that we can all benefit from that is if we all bring it into a common opposition with each other, right? Like, of course, none of us is going to have the full picture, but together, jointly, we can move towards something like that. Only if we have this way to be united with the fullness of our multiplicity at the same time. So while I understand what Chad was saying before, and I think there is, you know, one has to be careful about the way that we engage in this. I think it's a healthy thing to, you know, be fully forthcoming in the way that we understand God, the way that we understand the cosmos, but with the spirit of ultimately all of us being able to benefit from it, rather than trying to make you think the way that I think. I want to understand how you think so that I can benefit from it and we can both grow.
Yeah, we'd have monadic thinking, which would be not thinking, if everybody thought the same things. Also, that's a great shirt, Alan. I kind of want to fall in love with you with that shirt. I can't hear you be funny because you're muted, but the shirt looks nice.
I can't hear you.
Dang. Well, as Nate would say, we can have a blessed friendship, but we can't have a blessed marriage, unfortunately. You know, we can go down to the local pope and get our friendship blessed. I'm sure that's how Catholicism works, right? You got popes everywhere. Yeah.
We could hold hands.
Popehood of the believer.
Yeah. So.
Pope of your own understanding.
You know, Banana Republic Factory. So, you know, anybody wants some hot tips, you know.
Oh, man.
Jess, you came in. Are you just coming in to hang out as you work?
I don't know. I was kind of coming in to hang out. I don't have much time. The one thing I was thinking of was there's that cartoonist guy, Owen Cyclops. Do you know him? He's on Twitter.
I've heard the name.
I've got one of his books somewhere. It's not at hand. All right, show it to you. Anyway, he just does cartoons and stuff, and he kind of came out of psychedelic occult stuff, and then now he's some kind of Christian. It's not clear what, but he'll do like these long form comics about like strange, like just theological concepts or whatever. But one of the things he did is he did a whole series of comics about American Christianity, and he was trying to get to like what makes American Christian religious experience kind of like uniquely American, like what's the core of it. And he's like, well, I'm going to look at the fringes and see what they do, and maybe I'll get like an exaggeration of whatever it is that's sort of at the core of this American religion. Mm-hmm. And so he's looking at like Mormonism and Seventh-day Adventist and some of these like uniquely like American New World, New Land versions of Protestantism. And he kind of landed on the idea that basically all of them went into the past and sort of claimed they rediscovered something that was lost. And so this is what he says is kind of like the quintessential American religious center is reclaiming something that was lost in the past. So with the Mormons, that, you know, like they have their whole thing about how, well, this isn't just a Mormon thing. There's some just Protestants that'll say like, basically after the apostles died, there was like the whole church project was lost for 1,500 years or 1,800 years. And then we've rediscovered the heart of whatever it was. And then they have their doctrine and their revelation and all that. And so there, and I mean, I find this is constantly a part of my life, rediscovering something that's been lost, rediscovering something that has been sort of buried in history or whatever, covered up by, you know, scheming conspiracies and all this stuff, and then rediscovering it adds this value and fullness. And so like even like what Pajot is doing, like the whole symbolic world thing is that rediscovery of something that was lost. And for me, like I think that connects with what Owen's talking about with this American desire to capture something that was lost and bring it back into our religious experience or something like that.
I think that's a great perspective. There's a lot of sense making related to that. Yeah,
and you see that what's what's I think cool about that idea is that you see it in both fundamentalism, which they think somehow we've lost some sort of fundamental principle that we need to just adhere to, and it's all about willpower and obedience and all that. But then you also have that sense of like there's something like at the far edges of like the charismatic movement where you have this sort of like, oh, we're rediscovering the relationship with the Holy Spirit and this thing that was lost, this thing that the church ignored, and now we are now inheritors of that. And so, yeah, I think it's a good idea.
Mark, so I have you got thoughts?
No, can you hear me?
Yeah.
No, just hanging out.
Okay.
I'm working. I wanted to say hi.
Oh,
Hello.
no problem. Yeah, I'll just, if you have something to say, I'm gonna mute you just in case there's background noise. But
yeah, I'm working, so I can't read the chat, so I'm just listening. And,
okay, no problem.
Maybe if I have something, I'll chip in.
Cool.
Nice to see what your face looks like, Mark.
That's right.
Say again.
Nice to see what your face looks like. I've seen you around in the comments.
I used to be beautiful. Age is a funny thing. Rediscover
it.
I should move this.
Find it. Go back and find your beauty, like Alan has. So part of that, Jess, that I think about though is that seems like almost a fundamentally potentially could be like a Protestant thing, because in your criticism or in your protesting, you're trying to find the thing that was lost, because that's what you're protesting. Like, this is what we're missing. This is what we've lost. And so you protest that. And that's part of even if you think of the evolution of church or consciousness or a living tradition as a spiral, you have to have that. I mean, that's part of the thing. You got to have the criticism or the something to break the unilateral movement of something that could get off course. I mean, you got to constantly course correct and steer the wheel or the rudder or whatever. But then that almost makes me think like I guess that's a little bit of the struggle that I have with that broader ethos, is if that's like the center of your culture, what's the thing that's holding it together? Like, that seems like it should be a periphery thing that's always there.
Well, I mean, I kind of want to toe both sides of this. So let me see if I can. I don't think I can ever criticize someone else's criticism. So like, I think of the story of David as he's like leaving Jerusalem, and there's that guy like throwing stones at him and saying like, you man of bloodshed and wickedness. And, he was the guy used to be a servant of Saul or in the house of Saul or whatever. And, David's man says, he's like, do you want me to go over there and lop off his head? And David's like, no, he may be right. And if he's right, then I deserve it. And if he's wrong, maybe God will bless me because of the hardship that he's like thrown on me. So I think of that story, but then I also think of, and I think of Job, which Job, he criticizes God for sort of mishandling the justice of the situation. So, and it's very delicate how he does it. He's not accusatory of God, but there's this underlying sort of like, God, you please explain it to me. It looks like this has gone awry, and the sort of solution that Job puts in place of like coming to trial with God, puts the possibility of God being in the wrong. And God does something interesting, which is he corrects Job and says, will you put me in the wrong in order that you may be right? And then he says, after all of this, he says, Job was right in what he said. So there's this thing where like, so there's a guy in my church, he complains all the time about he can't see a way out of predestination. He's sort of a fatalist and he hates it and he doesn't like it. He's like, God's got the whole thing planned and he's not happy about it. He's just like, this is all just it's all ordained. He calls it a boat race when the races are rigged. He's like, it's all just a boat race. Everything's already been pre-planned. Everything's been this, da 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 da.
Yeah.
And like I used to kind of try to like argue with him a bit, like be like moderate, but I've just stopped doing that. I'm just like, yeah, that's kind of how it seems, huh? And he's like, yeah, and like I can't. So all I'm saying is like I can't criticize his criticism, but ultimately I think God is right when he says, will you put me in the wrong in order that you may be right? So there's something where all criticism falls flat eventually.
Yeah.
And so like all that to say, when you were saying we have to have criticism in order to like progress, I guess, up the spiral, so to speak. But ultimately all the criticism falls flat and is wrong. And so there's these two things we gotta sort of deal with. Because Job does it rightly, but he also is like, I withdraw my desire for this trial. He's like, I talked about things that I didn't understand.
Yeah, but
Job is willing to enter into his suffering in order to actually be corrected, which is like, it's almost like you see him having learned the lesson of the suffering itself by being willing to encounter God in that way. And to like, it's almost like in challenging him. It's the same thing as being, fully hot, even if you're wrong. Just be completely wrong and be completely open to God saying you're wrong.
Yeah, and this is where Job is completely right. Is he never cuts himself off from God. He always he wants God to intervene, and because of that, I mean, Job repent. It's a whole deal, because it's not like a repentance of sin. It's just metanoia, which means a change of heart, a change of mind, a change of being. Like it's a deep change. So when a child grows up into an adult, they repent of their childish things, but their childish ways, but they were a child. You wouldn't say that being a child is wrong, but if you're 25 and you're acting like a child, it's wrong. And so what you do is you go through a process, and at some point you repent of your childhood and you go into adulthood. And it's not the childhood was wrong or whatever. You just change, and that's the repentance I'm talking about. It's a sinless repentance, but that's the pattern that sin falls into. Is that you fall into a lower pattern of sin. You repent of it. It's the same thing as if you're just growing up or transforming.
I think one of the things, this is related back to the search for looking back for the search. There's also the impulse of like, I've found the new, the contemporary worship is the new I found the new thing that is that we all need in the, and, or you could take that into the more, polemic parts of theology. Oh, this is the new progress this is the way forward, is a new way to for the church to exist. I think it's the other side of that that we were talking about earlier. That's just the thing that was going through my mind with seeking back, searching for the grail, for the lost knowledge. But what about the new knowledge? That's also part of that as well.
Yeah, and you even see in worship music how it ping pongs between whatever sort of like the fashion and pop culture. So they'll kind of like, oh, we'll take some of this, or they'll cut back to, oh, we're gonna do a rendition of this hymn, or we're gonna do a song where it's literally like almost word for word the creed, that kind of thing. They'll ping pong between those things, trying to discover that thing. It's interesting.
You know what? This is something I was thinking about with the modern worship thing, because it gets criticized a lot. And I think that we really dropped the ball with it, honestly. Because if you look at that Jesus Revolution movie, and that's the era when it all came in. And that was just like young people who were at the beginning of a new like genre of music starting. It was like cutting edge. And so they were creating like the Christian music just as the secular music of the same genre was actually evolving. And but then what the church has done is basically at some point, I don't know, in the 80s or the late 70s, and continue to do so, it kind of then decided like, now this is the new sacred liturgical form of worship, which has acoustic guitars and drum kits and stuff, and then has done this thing of just lagging behind the culture. And that was like, because that was the thing, it was so powerful when it happened because it was new. And it was like it was a redemptive thing, because it was like there's not sacred music and secular music. Like everything can be sacred if you take it and devote it to God. But we kind of dropped the ball in that one. So it's like there needs to be a new genre of spiritual Christian music, like entirely new.
You know,
I would just go into the there's a difference in how those things operate on when you drop it to the level of theology, because in church worship, you know, if there's not a sacrament, if there's not a sacrament, how music operates in the liturgy, looking for, you know, I can't exactly regurgitate what you were saying about finding a new something, Michael, but it's that in certain parts of the church, it's just about what we emphasize and why we're emphasizing it, because we believe that through this medium or through this sacrament or non-sacrament, this is how we are able to connect to God. And so I think that's the other part. That's the other part of it.
I would also say I agree, Michael. I think that there does need to be something new, but it's also, well, it's, and I think you were kind of saying this too. It has to be created out of the things that we've learned from what's old. Like it's bringing it all forward because we've learned kind of the principles of it. And I think one of the things that we're still missing, that we're grappling with as we have this conversation, like not this specific conversation, but on the wider scale, is exactly what sacredness is and how to perceive it and how to interact with it. This is something I've been thinking about a lot. And the sense in which it's hierarchical, and like learning how to see is, in a sense, learning how to see that hierarchy and understand that properly. There are things that go more towards the center or more towards the top. And there are things that belong more on the periphery, more towards the bottom. And part of our calling, I think, as human beings, in the Christian sense, is the reordering of those things. And so it's a good thing it's necessary, I guess, to experiment, even knowing again that you're going to make mistakes, while being open to whatever kinds of corrections are made. You know, God makes corrections in all sorts of different ways, not least by us, you know, coming into oppositional interaction with each other. Sometimes that's the way by which we learn. So, you know, I have a certain preference now, because the super old traditions are still novel to me as a recent Catholic convert from essentially evangelicalism. But I think that there is something important to be learned from bringing like Gregorian chant into contact with Jesus Revolution music, because there's something to be learned about whatever the principles of sacredness are from that, so we can move on and get something better. You know, maybe it was an overcorrection. We can, like, I don't prefer modern Christian worship anymore, but I'll still listen to Hillsong sometimes. I had some experiences listening to Hillsong growing up that I knew were legitimate, that brought me closer to God. I'm not going to condemn it. I'm not going to judge the judgment, but whatever the higher order principle is, I think is worth, that's the thing that we can move towards to find the new thing, I guess.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that bringing I think that was that's great, because like the thing where people started to bring back the older things, the tradition, and then reintegrate it into the newer stuff that had been accepted, like that was the next step forward. And I think that's just kind of always the process. And like, cause when you try to make like everything like equally sacred and important or whatever, it does get to that thing of like, yeah, when everybody's a Christian, nobody's a Christian. But also, like, sometimes it just gets like too much. Like, like are you gonna properly venerate every saint throughout history that is associated with every day of the year? Like, your calendar just gets too full. You can't manage it. So everybody has to, like, that we have a finite limitation on what we can handle. And so, and I think that there's so much value in both the old and the new, and kind of fixing that, figuring out that mix is the way that we, it's the way that we connect the past to the future.
Yeah. Michael, I think that's good. We've had a great conversation, Christian and I think that's kind of what I'm talking about, that like trying to make sense of the traditional shift with the new and everything else. Like, I'm trying to do that. I was driving and I couldn't join in, but I want to kind of communicate back to something, it's kind of Chad kind of having that deal. And I want to use 12-step language, and Nate nailed it. Like, so I would just say, Chad, like, all I have are my stories, and I share my experience, strength, and hope. Right. And, in the God of my own understanding, when I'm trying to come on here, I hope, I don't know, maybe you guys can tell me if I'm not doing this. There are certainly times where I want to talk about orthodoxy, but I'm experiencing something, and I'm trying to tell my story of what my experience is doing these new things, particularly as it relates to the practices and so on and so forth. That's all I have to share is my story, right? And so I'm explaining my experiences, and the way, part of what I'm doing now, because I'm immersing myself in it, is, Chad, I'm sharing my experience, strength, and hope. I'm talking about the God of my own understanding and how it's working out in my life today. And Tayo makes fun of me because he says, "Oh, here comes Lance talking about practices," because that's what I do, right? Because that's the spiritual program of action, Chad, right? And so I've found these practices that, and I've been seeking this for a long time. I'm finding these practices that actually help my program, and it allows me to meditate and do other things. And I'm participating in this body in a whole new way, and I'm starting to see these things. And so I'm sharing my story, And so and part of the deal is like, we're supposed to have dialogus. Like, we're not here to agree on everything. Like, I love Michael. Like, Michael's one of my favorite cats in this little corner. He and I disagree a lot theologically and everything else. But Michael and I can have really good conversations because I respect Michael. I think he respects me. And we know we're going to have some disagreements. But there's also a lot of things that we can kick around together and so on and so forth. So, I just, and like, I would just say for Luke, like, Luke, you are one of the most non-orthodox guys I know, in terms of, like, and you know what I mean? Like, because you're personalist knowing and everything else. And I say that, I hope you take that in the best sense, right? Because I think you are a person who's not trying to colonize, but we get to have, like, Luke, like a lot of other people have deconstructed, like, certain theological things were harmful to him. And you hear this in a lot of deconstruction things. So I think we can talk about those things. So I hope, as like, I have these conversations get to go wherever they want, but like, I hope that I can take the conversation in other places. But when I bring up orthodoxy, the reason why I'm bringing it up is because I'm experiencing it, and I'm trying to communicate my story. And I would just say this respectfully, Chad, right? And I would say this about myself. Generally, when I'm triggered or angry about something, I need to stop and take a look at myself first and go, what's angering me about this, right? Like, first take a look at myself and trying to figure out, what is this thing that's happening, that why is that making me so mad? Because I would say that, of course, like, Michael, you believe what you're persuaded, you believe your theology and your path, like, that's what you're teaching your children, right? Like, you believe it to be true, right? So that's why you're doing it. Right. And it's having fruit in your life. And it's the same way we all have these positions, like we're at, just the same way a 12-stepper believes the way they do it is the right way. And then all the religious people, the way they're doing it is the wrong way. So I just wanted to speak into that a little bit.
Careful, Lance. Careful, he's back.
So, Chad, I'll listen off the air. I've got to get into. I'm taking my wife to a medical appointment. But I definitely will listen out there. But I wanted to add that kind of into the conversation. And I'm listening, Chad.
Okay.
Love you guys.
Yeah. Sorry, Lance. I just want to apologize because I'm a piece of shit. I've been rude, and I've had I'm having a bad attitude, and I'm not willing to repent right now, and I'm just a piece of shit, guys. It is what it is. Lance is right. It's, the problem is all with me, and it's
Chad, you're very King David or Petery.
I'm not any of those fucking guys. What I'm trying to say is, no, this is just stupid. Why do I even express my opinion? I'm sorry that I expressed an opinion, that I heard something that's just been annoying me. That means there's something wrong with me, and I should go look at it and probably do a 4th step, and and then go and do a 5th step, and then now I have to make a fucking amends to fucking people because I expressed something that was annoying me. So that means I'm in the wrong, and yeah.
But that's all good, right? It's kind of like the way that I often think of these things is that
sometimes I wonder why I speak up at all. Like, sometimes I wonder why the fuck I'm even here, to be quite honest. Like, the more I think about this, it just gets to be like, this is the most unedifying, self-sucky place on the fucking planet. Like,
the corner?
This whole thing. Yeah, this whole thing is just kind of annoying me. And if you're around here, you should probably turn away and run as fast as you can, because this is not a Tower of Babel. This is a pit of Babel where you just get sucked in and you just get sucked down, and we all speak the same stupid language, and we stroke each other off like we're just so goddamn great. And and it's us, and we here, we're just so great, We're just so fucking great. We're just so fucking great. We're just some really great fucking Christians. Fuck yeah, guys. God bless you. God bless all of you out there.
We are and we aren't, huh? I mean, I think that's true. One of the things that I like about the relational aspect of this corner is Chad just did that. That ain't happening in a lot of other places, and I love it. It's good. See you, Michael.
On that note, bye, Michael. I think that's the reality. Say the quiet things out loud is there's all sorts of things wrapped up in putting yourself on a screen. There's all sorts of things about stepping out to a platform. There's all sorts of spirits that we're all contending with our pride and our egos and our desire for knowledge and unity and to be heard and to be validated, to be stroked or whatever. I mean, that's all real. It's just all real. And I don't want to deny any of it. I don't want to deny any of it. I think that at the same time, there's also an attempt and there's also a desire for community in a pretty fucked up world, like, and that this is also part of that. That is a very real thing, and in that we don't know we have forgotten, or we don't know how to do it very well sometimes in our embodied life. And we have found, when you plug this thing in, there's still sound waves coming out of these computers or into your headphones. They're real sound waves. It's translated by digital interface, but we're talking to each other, and even though it's a digital image that we're seeing of each other, we are seeing somebody. that right now because some of us have met these people that are on these screens that we know that exist in a form of reality. And I think there's a lot of different reasons why. And because we were on this space when we encountered these big time thinkers that completely like woke us up from something or gave us a different vision for life, and it shot us out into a lot of different directions, or shot us out, some of us, into a similar direction or something. So that's just all real. But so is Chad's what Chad's wrestling with. We all should be wrestling with. I did want to go back and say something about, and this may upset Chad, that I look at what's happening with the Orthodox thing and the voices in this space, and I do think that when something has in some ways been preserved, that the experiences like that Lance is having, maybe experiences that Luke has had, I think Luke and Lance are having some different experiences. Some of them are the same. It is that in our culture, here's the thing. I'm not Orthodox. So, but here's what I think is cool. I'm the least Orthodox person. I'm in a house doing church on Sundays, like, without a priest or a past, like, I'm way on the edges. So, but here's what I think is interesting. Here's what I wrestle with, is that somebody like Martin Luther in that time, he's having an existential crisis. He's, we don't realize the water that we're swimming in. He didn't, when he's coming up with the solas, that for me as a Baptist, to encounter the solas, faith alone, word alone, he's not operating that way. He's not operating that way. But downstream, 500 years later, a lot of us have been operating that way. Very disembodied. Faith alone, Christ alone, and it's just nothing else. And even though some of the higher churches that exist, Chad goes to a Lutheran church, I think the water we swim in, regardless of if you're in these more traditional higher forms of worship, we're still swimming and breathing in a very disembodied reality, ultimately. And Luther was in a very embodied reality 500 years ago. And what Orthodoxy represents, and I think this could be represented in forms of Protestantism, they're just asleep to it in a lot of ways. They don't see the value in it, because a lot of the value that we talk about here is this propositional argue. Still, most of the Protestant churches, or the Catholic Church in some ways, are still operating in this thing. And that something like Orthodoxy is bringing up this embodied faith. It's just bringing it back up. And I hope that that changes Protestantism. It makes Protestantism a more embodied faith. And that's what I want to take from Orthodoxy. And so, anyways, that's what all that stuff all thinks about. I don't have like a dog in the fight to represent one thing or the other. That's just how I look at it.
It's kind of funny, after Chad was leveling a critique, it's just like instantly spin was put on it, like immediately. Like, but actually, the thing that you're critiquing, this is what I like about it. And then you kind of go, I don't know, it's kind of funny, I resonate a lot with like, what is going on here stuff, and the what am I doing here stuff, which is weird because I even keep showing up, and I guess everybody has their own kind of inclinations that they can't even observe or speak for coming and having these kinds of conversations, especially live and with your faith.
So what do you it's interesting to me that you use the word spin. Why do you think the spin is there? Part of that, so from my vantage point, part of that is probably my codependent personality, where I see Chad upset and suffering and I want to alleviate his suffering. I'm sure that's part of it. Also part of it, I hope, is my deep kind of personal knowing, and that I love Chad in general. He's a close friend of mine. And so when he's feeling whatever he's feeling and honestly expressing it, like, I'm there for it. It's fine. Like, none of that stuff.
It's probably cynicism on my part to refer to it as spin, but I didn't know if there was another move we could make that was in the same interest that you're talking about, that wasn't like, I don't know, like kind of salvaging. It's more like, oh shoot, yeah. I don't really know what I'm getting at.
Well, maybe let's, so like when we're talking about stuff like spin, we're talking about being in the game, like at the lower level, right? We're talking about the meta game earlier, about how we have this understanding, this opposition to each other as being beneficial ultimately. And speaking of embodiment, I got to meet up with Chad and his wife just a couple of weeks ago in Wisconsin, and they very graciously showed us one of their favorite places nearby their house, and he got to meet my whole family. So I've got an increasing personal love and respect for Chad. There's a few people in TLC that I think have been like the reason so much is coalescing around them is because, like, yeah, there is thinky talky stuff that draws people in, but it's coalescing around them because they're demonstrating the thing that we're all trying to grasp at. Paul Vanderklay is one of those people, and I think Grim and Chad are two of those people. I've heard people say, and I fully agree, that like they're people worth paying attention to, not because of the words that they're saying and the ideas that they're wrestling with, but because of the way they're pointing our attention, the way that they're interacting with people, the way that they're making explicit the good things that are implicit, so that we can all see it and hopefully replicate it, try to imitate it in our own particular kinds of ways, learn from it. But it's oppositional. It's a thing that's challenging. And that's what I love about what Chad does, in the sense that every interaction that I've seen him have anywhere has had the same kind of full honesty. Like, he's not putting on any airs like I do all the time, trying to sound smart, trying to wrestle with big ideas, because that's how I get my rocks off, so to speak. Like, that's, people who see things because they've suffered and see people because they're suffering and trying to help people out, trying to, the intent is to be honest and to enter into a relationship, and you see it in the way that they interact. And so, yeah, I don't really have anywhere else that I'm going with that either, but I appreciate the people who do it and aren't afraid of how they look while they're doing it.
Well, that's ultimately, to riff on that, I think that's true, is ultimately, I think all of life is about, in a Christian frame, it's discipleship, or it's mimesis, and it's about admiration. You see people living an embodied life that you admire or aspire to or respect, and you model it. You try to emulate it, because that's what everybody's doing that. I don't know how you couldn't not do that.
But how does the model, seeing people you want to emulate who are embodying something you want to embody or relate, are we still trying to kind of pitch out a T-loss for TLC or something?
Well, I was just trying to riff on what Corey was saying, whether it's Paul or Grim or Chad, and it's different, because it's that whole thing of where Vervaeke's maybe shifting in Peugeot, but when Paul explicitly said, like, no, I'm trying to build a community. I'm trying to do community.
Keep going, sorry.
No, and I think that's just what TLC is. At least the parts of TLC that resonate with me, the parts that I participate in, are the community parts, the relational parts, the knowing people parts. And yeah, we talk about a lot of ideas, but I interact. I mean, I interact with people that I'm friends with predominantly, and people that pop onto live streams. But like off camera, I talk to the people who I'm friends with. Like, I don't talk to like this. I'm not cultivating the smartest people. Like, I could maybe get conversations if I wanted to with like some certain smart people, but even like Jordan Daniel Wood, I love that guy, love his ideas. I'm not I haven't cultivated a friendship with him, so I don't want to talk to him all the time. And like I've heard a lot of his content a bunch. I would not talk to him. I'd rather talk to Jess or Nate or, you guys.
So I've got this recurring problem when I'm hearing this stuff where I keep saying, like, what is this conversation for conversation's sake? What is this community for community's sake? And I know you could go all the way down into you've got to create a false bottom somewhere. But I guess, I mean, you can commune around anything. And
I don't know about that.
Is there something so special about what we're communicating about? Or is there something poisonous to what we're communicating around? Because, there was, I don't know Chad, you guys know him personally, seem to, but if he was just in a mood or something. But what I found in what he was saying was like, he's like, hey, turn it around the other way. And why are you saying that? That stands out to me. He's like, if you're thinking about hanging out in this space, don't. That stands out to me.
And maybe not. I mean, I'm sure there's people that shouldn't.
No, it's not for everybody, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I see what you're saying, Luke, too. Like there's that is what we're all doing here in a sense. And I can only speak for myself, right? Like I know that I'm tempted to interact in a way that is self-aggrandizing and makes me look a lot smarter than I actually am, because it's a thing that I'm capable of doing and have done and probably will continue to do, which is part of why I hold back sometimes from even participating, because I know that it's even bad for me sometimes. It's probably more important that I go and play with my kids rather than, be on a live stream.
Right.
But at the same time, so I guess maybe this is the way to frame it. The way that I look at it, I look at you guys who are embodying it really well from a distance, hoping that I can emulate the things that are good about it and learn from it, and still have this is still a fun thing to do, to participate in it in this way as well. It can be different things to different people, even at different times. Chad, if he's having a day and it strikes him a particular way, he's the sort of person who's going to be completely honest about it, which is why I love listening to him, because that he's always going to be completely honest about it.
More friends or more people to do whatever the hell we're doing here.
Hey, how's it going, y'all? New to the stream, just been looking for a minute.
Nice.
Thanks, y'all. This has been fun.
Good timing.
I just thought I'd share my perspective on Chad's input there real quick. I took it as comedic, and I thought it was hilarious. In part, what he was doing to actually get at exactly what you guys are talking about now, which is like, oh, I feel like, sometimes I'm too self-aggrandizing and too thinky-talky and too full of myself. And Chad just totally popped the bubble in a way, and that needs to happen. And I'm going to be self-aggrandizing in my way of communicating now. But there's a really beautiful Georgian feast that John Hears, who was mentioned on the stream before, does, called the Tamada. And part of that, if you've had the pleasure of participating, is a Melakipe who at the foot of the table pours wine and sort of continually pokes at sort of the sacred order. And so that's kind of how I took that. And I could see, I don't know Chad as well. Maybe you guys know each other more. So there's that relational aspect where you're feeling a bit unnerved by him, but and wanting to reach out for his sake and empathize with him. But I felt it was, I appreciated his just taking the piss out, as it were.
No, it's good. I mean, it's holy fools. It's a huge thing in certain Christian traditions that shall not be named.
Don't say it.
Well, here's how this goes. For the last year of my life, I shared this house with someone who wanted to spend the rest of their life with me, which is terrifying. And it turns out the rest of their life was a year, but they had the superpower of flipping from like into an enemy, like suddenly everything around you was an enemy, and they spent a lot of time, more time than me, watching these Grail Country streams, and given that it's their birthday, and the stuff Chad just said, I'm gonna read something that this person wrote when the superpower was activated about so essentially this would be defense against the dark arts, against what might be happening in this corner. It's the fetishization, what a word
it is,
fetishization of religion mixed with groups of people who are neither socially nor spiritually nor realistically grounded. People who have no faith, are socially stunted, and do not have the tools to navigate life, so they retreat to the internet, where they are desperate for attention and validation and easily fall into the maneuvers of predators, using the fetishization of Christianity like a pedophile uses a lollipop. Welcome to the horror. Non-Christians who have co-opted Christianity in order to push their own agendas, the trans community of the religious internet. Welcome. Welcome to the internet. This is true hell. Live in it like a prison. The lock is on the inside. Just stay put. And so, happy birthday. And there's the accusation, right? Why on this planet is there a Satan? Why is there evil? Why are we here anyway? How does that function serve God? And so there is an accuser.
Yeah.
Maybe we hear them out every now and then.
Absolutely. Lucifer is the bringer of light. So thanks for that, Grizz.
Yeah, it's we aren't in a place devoid of malicious actors. And malicious actors can be nice and friendly and whatever until they get you where they want you. And so while we all love each other, don't think there aren't snakes here. I got to stream later. Good to see you, everybody.
Yeah, bud. Yeah, I never know the answer to that idea. I mean, that's a recurrent thing in that was always talked about of those in the Peterson sphere, I suppose. The snakes in the garden and the bad actors, and how do you discern the good actors from the bad? I don't know. I don't think that's one of my strengths, particularly, because I'm always looking for the good in people, no matter how much they appear like a bad actor. So I don't know. I mean, maybe. I don't know what to do with that.
Are we in the pit of Babel?
I mean, I don't think so. It's kind of like the idea of everybody's getting something out of here. And even, I remember like even how I started to think of coping mechanisms. Like I've talked about this before, but a coping mechanism is really just something, it's this emergent thing that you do. I would say somehow like your guardian angel, you could even think of it, develops a coping mechanism to cover and to protect yourself from something that you're not yet ready to deal with. That's what a coping mechanism is because you're incapable of dealing with it. So you develop a coping mechanism to protect yourself from it. And so maybe people are here because they can't live an embodied life outside of the internet in a way. And so this is a coping mechanism, but whatever it is then, so for whatever reason they need it now. I'm one of those people like that message. Part of the reason I haven't been streaming lately is I mean, I'm not even listening to corner stuff. My life has been so full and so busy lately. I have 3 teenage kids. I work as a service attendant at my church. I went to a lot of services that were very long. I've been at post-Paschal parties. I've been doing a lot of things. I've been applying for jobs. I've been exercising, doing regular stuff, doing property management. I mean, my life is very full. If I wasn't getting something out of this, like I wouldn't be doing this if I didn't at least enjoy it or enjoy the people or I'm learning things from it. So like, sure, I don't know. It's a diverse array of people that are here. Is everybody here because they're just because they can't live their life apart from the internet? I don't know. Maybe some people need to hear that. I don't know.
I would just say, a lot of times in people high in openness or with a lot of compassion, and there's a lot of openness here, that there's a temptation to not. We get scared of words like judgment or words like, judging or something. But I've had experiences with, I guess what I would say is not good faith actors in my embodied life, in my flesh life. And one of the things that really helped me recently was, it's in the same, it's Jesus talking, and it's in the same section of scripture that actually talks about, that Mitch was talking about earlier, about log in your eye and dust and speck in your eye and that stuff. But when it talks about true and false prophets, it says, watch out for false prophets. They come to you in sheep's clothing, but inwardly they are ferocious wolves. By their fruit, you will recognize them.
Yeah.
Do people pick grapes from thorn bushes or figs from thistles? Likewise, every good tree bears good fruit, but a bad tree bears bad fruit. A good tree cannot bear bad fruit, and a bad tree cannot bear good fruit. Every tree that does not bear good fruit is cut down and thrown into the fire. Thus, by their fruit, you'll recognize them. Not everyone who says to me, Lord, Lord, will enter the kingdom of heaven, but only those who do the will of the Father is in heaven. Many will say to me on the Lord's day, did we not prophesy in your name, do many miracles? And I'll tell them plainly, I never do you depart from me, evildoers. So it's just interesting because it also says, don't cast your pearls before swine, and all. Like, it gives us something about trying to to discern, be shrewd as a serpent is in there too. But sometimes we don't give ourselves permission to discern for the sake of wanting to be open or something. And I'm not saying don't be open, but we can make individual judgments in our self or spirit or something, and then act accordingly, to not without trying to bear the type of fruit that we believe we should be bearing in our own lives if we claim that stuff. But to Grimm's point, just that's a reality. There are unfortunately, the words we use, bad actors, false prophets, or whatever. It's real. And I don't know what Luke's talking about specific, or not Luke, but Grimm's talking about specifically, but I just want to reinforce that. And yeah, I don't know. That's just what that made me think of.
I mean, there's problems on all fronts. I mean, you could be obsessed with bad actors, and that can send you into a myopic tailspin too. So, all right, boys, I got to go, because once I do this for about 2 hours, I feel antsy because I grew up on a ranch in the Midwest. I'm just like, I can't do this anymore. And I got to make soup for my daughter who had strep, who's now at school. So I got to take her soup so that she has something that she can eat because her throat hurts too much. And but you guys keep rolling. I'm not going to end the stream. Keep rolling and leave when you want to leave. How about that?
Sure.
Or maybe you guys don't want to talk to each other anymore because the vibe has been crushed.
Did I crush it?
No, I don't think so. I mean, it's gotten heavy a few times in this stream, which, which is good a little bit. I do like that. I mean, I'm an advocate of that. I've said that's part of, if you want to have real relationships with people, there's going to be fights, or there's going to be there's going to be hard times. It's going to happen in real relationships. So Christian takeover, Tayo said, okay, I'm by.
Wow. I've never taken over. Does any, I just will
Christian,
say,
lead us.
has there been any thoughts? You said you're kind of new to this space. How long have you been paying attention to this stuff?
So I stumbled from the Peterson Pajot pipeline into some of the Reiki stuff, and then into the TLC. I mean, I was paying attention to PBK for a minute. I don't know, a couple of years, just kind of checking in on his videos. He kind of would reference TLC, but then the instantiation of it as like all of the randos talking in the last month or two. So yeah, this is the idea that you would go from a passive consumer of content into a active participant was very alluring. So
is this your first active participation?
it sure is, yeah.
Well, congratulations and welcome.
Thank you.
And that's really wild that it was with Chad's and that you were able to see that for, he said kayfabe the hell out of it or something, like he's like, I don't know if that was totally my thing, but yeah, go for it. So that's cool. And I think that's a great, Grim. I don't think I can highlight comments on here, so I can't. I'm not one of the Grail Country people. So Grim says, "Welcome to the top of the fourth wall."
No worries. Thank you.
Yeah, that's you're peeking over. I say something about like this helps break or shatter. Well, I don't know if I've said this. I've thought this. This is like kind of shattering the silver screen.
Yes.
So
that makes sense.
Is the self-aggrandizing thing that some of us, we kind of, I mean, I wouldn't say at all that I was immune to that. Talk about it in terms of ourselves and kind of do that self-criticism that's rhetorically helpful. Not just that, like, not that it's just not genuine, but it is rhetorically helpful to recognize out loud our faults and things that we're liable to fall into. But then the offset, and I'm still thinking about. I'm just kind of taking Chad's what he said point blank, not knowing him personally, and I didn't see it as satirical, but I like that take, Sam. But if I took it point blank, I'm thinking, okay, we self-aggrandize, like as an outfit, and so when we turn it back and one of the things we can do to not pat ourselves on the back or put ourselves up in a way that would be rhetorically unhelpful is to laud the thing that we're a part of. So if I just, as a participant in TLC, if I just say, this TLC space, man, it's doing some great stuff, it's doing the right thing, it's then I'm just kind of in a more rhetorically palatable way, patting myself on the back for being a part of it, maybe.
Sam, you have something?
Allow me to clarify. I think something can be both poignant and hilarious. So I think the truth of it was present. So I don't want to.
Well, I still don't know if he was. I don't know if he was being genuine or not. I guess he was.
He was definitely being genuine. I think
okay.
Knowing him, he was probably also being funny. Because
that's how
go and watch his rando with Phil. Like, I think that's my favorite rando of all time, to be honest with you. It's just like last week or something. I so respect people who are able to be genuine, but still in a way that's, I don't know, challenging or humorous in a way that's like punchy. Because I completely lack that skill. I am such a serious person. I have no sense of humor whatsoever. But Chad is one of those people who's able to pull off stuff like that. Like he I don't think he was being completely genuine, but he was also being completely loving in the way he did it.
Does an awareness at all of so if you're aware of it, if you're looking down at yourself, which seems to be the case for maybe our generation or maybe just our moment in history, if you're looking down at yourself at all and kind of observing your behavior, does that take away any of the genuineness of your behavior? Like if you're watching yourself like an actor in this big play and your audience and actor, does that take away any of the genuineness?
I don't think it takes away genuineness, but I think there's more of a risk of self-deception maybe, which is why stuff like this I would say is so important, because somebody else's perspective is something completely outside of you. So, there's almost no possibility of self-deception in somebody else's genuine perception of you, right? Like, I think that it's good to be perspective, for sure.
Can you run that one a bit again? Why is there no risk of self-deception?
Well, because it's completely, if it comes from outside of you, then, I mean, I guess there could be self-deception in the way that you interpret it. But if you're open to what somebody else is saying, and if they're being genuine, then that's a real opportunity to learn something, that you can't generate from just inside of yourself. If you're merely introspecting, then, I speak from some level of experience, having fallen into this trap for a good portion of my life. You build up views from a single perspective on a thing that cannot be encapsulated from a single perspective, I suppose, something like that.
So, I mean, of course, recognizing and saying that, I think I get what you're saying, but recognizing and saying that no matter how many perspectives that I get, I'm viewing them from a single perspective, right?
Yeah, and I mean it's true. Like, but there's a way that the two can interact, I guess. I don't know. You have the potential to make your perspective more accurate, maybe, if you're willing to incorporate the stuff that's coming from outside of you.
That's the opponent processing the idea of allowing yourself to be in a space with people that likely disagree with you, so that you can, and then you can, what's interesting about this is that you literally can watch back something in front of you, like, oh, what was I doing there? Oh, you know what? Or, and I think that is, there, you don't have to just do that psychologically. You can actually do it on this, and you could even show somebody, hey, what do you think about this? Was I being an asshole? Or, maybe I should think about that. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, as a married man, my wife is very much in a loving, beneficial, adversarial way, able to see things that I'm not able to see and point things out about me. I think part of Chad's critique is that if we're, as I am, perpetually online and you're not engaging in those in-personal relationships that allow people to see who you really are, not just sort of the talky speaky person, then you won't ever get that. And Luke kind of coming to his defense saying, well, I'm been living a full life. I just, sometimes we get to engage in these online places in a maybe redemptive, helpful way. I totally agree with that. I think you should live to the fullest and then find whatever value you can in these spaces. There's something here that we're not getting in the kind of other places that we.
And is the thing that we're getting here that we're not getting in other spaces a net good or net bad? I guess is going to be the question.
I don't think we can answer that, right? And I think that's a personal part of that. You can't answer it about this. You can answer it about yourself.
Can you ever say of a organization that it's a net good or a net bad?
Is it an organization?
Are you always going to offset it to the individual? Can you ever say of an outfit, of a body, of an institution, anything? Can you say of something that is made up of individuals that only each individual can have their own specific idea of whether that's a net good or a net bad? I don't think so. I think you can, I mean, it's not true of everything. It just depends. Like, is TLC really neutral? I mean, is it mostly neutral? In that case, then maybe you could say something like, to each their own. You want to play golf, maybe it's good for you, maybe not.
Well, if to the degree that a community is analogous to an individual, you'll know them by their fruits.
Yeah.
Well, and the thing too is, like, if you want to poke at a whole institution that's, say, like a big branch of a church or a religion, you're going to be hard to not find good people inside those things, even though you might. There's probably exceptions to every rule. Like, there are some things, that it's more difficult to find that in, or maybe the whole thing is, depending on its size and how it operates, there might be a level of pathology that is hard to get around that. But this space, who knows? It's voluntary. I think somebody said that when things become involuntary,
voluntary things can be bad. You want to think of this is a bad analog, maybe, but you think of a cult, and they're always like, "Why didn't you just leave? Doggone it!" You can't. I mean, just because something's voluntary doesn't mean it's not in that bad.
Yeah, that does get into a psychological reality that but something like within certain organizations that like, if are you going to be is there shunning involved? Maybe, I don't know. And I haven't been in this space very long either, like January. So, I don't have the best wide perspective on that, on the experience level. So, but I mean, what are you, Mitch, what are you trying to figure out?
I'm just trying to engage with Chad's, kind of
which part?
The kind of grenade he popped in. Well, especially the parts that stand out to me are things like, hey, if you're thinking about joining up with this crowd, just don't run the other direction. Calling it the pit of Babel, even as opposed to a Tower of Babel, which would be negative. This kind of thing, like, I think it's worth engaging with. I mean, I don't know. If we like that, that thing is on offer, because immediately the instinct was like, this is what I like about this, that we can have these kind of differing opinions in here. Okay, well, like, let's engage the differing opinion, and just in that spirit, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, again, my perspective is limited. There's been things there are. This happens in the reality of relationships that develop and happen, that have developed and happened through this medium over time. Some of it progresses into an embodied, like, physical connection, and some people have never physically met in proximity to one another, and regardless, there's still been tension and hurt and pain, like, because ultimately we are going to move into relational. But I think that the hospitality that continues to be maintained, and especially in a space like what Grail Country often provides and Luke through that, is a type of digital hospitality that's open to just come in and see if this makes sense. And we're not going to get like upset if it doesn't, but this might make sense if you've come here through a certain internet pipeline. Like,
but in fact, we want you to get upset if it doesn't, and you're getting upset is essential to our project.
So yeah, I don't know. That the relationality happens. It just does, but we all start from a more, limited, but also a more guarded space. And when you let those guards down, when you give that person your phone number, whenever you have a email off camera interaction, and there are also, I believe this, some people might disagree with me, but what we do now when we whether we consciously or subconsciously know this is being recorded, we do something different, and that it's public. We do something different than whenever you are on the telephone. Like, I've never had a phone conversation with Luke Thompson until yesterday. And it did resemble this, but it also, it was something else too. And so I think that has to also be recognized, that this doesn't represent every level of relationality. It doesn't represent all of religion. It doesn't, it's a space. It's a space that I think represents something that's been lost, but I don't think it represents all of those things. I think when I was talking to Luke yesterday, I feel like the space, and this is a deep. I've stumbled over this part of this conversation. Is the women at the wash tubs together, the female matriarch, what is that? The shadow matriarchy, and the guys out in the field. You know, with so many people that engage in the space work remote. And you got to think about that. You're working in such isolation when we used to not. And even if the conversation was, we have these tropes of the water cooler conversation, but how often did it go past that? And in small friendships get deeper into that. And then all of a sudden you've like worked with this person for 15 years and you've had some of the most deep conversations with Jim at the water cooler, you know, and a lot of that has been lost because there's other factors that play. That's just kind of one element of it. So I don't know. That's me just offering up some.
Yeah, good grappling. I appreciate that.
Yeah, I don't know. Alan, what's up? Sherry's back in. Sherry's, I don't know if she's highlighting comments. She hadn't said anything.
I have to take some time and listen before I say anything.
Yeah, I gotcha.
While you're listening, Sherry, I just want to take an opportunity to express my gratitude for the wisdom and generosity and beauty in many of the comments that you've shared on here. It's really, I just deeply appreciate it. So
Thank you.
share since you're here.
Thank you. Yeah. Did you hear that, Grim? There's some beauty here.
Beauty.
All of these thinky talkies and as logic.
I love thinky talky. Let me tell you, I love it so much because I'm the kind of person who thinks God gave us a brain to think and talk with. So let's do it. Let's think and talk. You know, I'm all over it. One of the questions that I have is, how many of you here have felt that your lives have been transformed by being involved in these conversations? Like your life, your personal life. And it doesn't have to show. Like, it doesn't mean that, you have something to show for it. Let's say that. Let's say it like that. But if you've been transformed inside, right? So yeah, I'm just wondering.
I've had a lot of my participation. I started a podcast, and what's interesting about it is the few people where I live that have started listening to some or a lot of it. It's been able to bridge the conversation that was happening in my mind with the big players in this that a lot of this space is downstream from. That is helping them understand me better, but also,
yeah,
they're now watching other people in this space. It's very weird, connection because I tried to just a lot of the people that I've talked to have been that I've had one-on-one conversation with. I just had one that released with Alan, Corner Citizen down here this week, and had one with Lucas over here, a week ago, and I've been on here with Sherry several times, and these things, those conversations have bled into my real life, and it's helped me with ideas. There's ideas that I'm still wrestling with that I've brought into conversations, and personal issues I have with theology, personal issues I've had with the church. But at the same time, I don't think that they haven't just maybe be like, well, I've got to quit being around these people because, there's these people. It's like, no, it's just it's a place where I feel like I can wrestle with some of that stuff because other people come here to wrestle some and play or express or engage in beautiful things. And there's a lot of different levels. And then I take it back into my real life. Just like the only difference is, you could take, listening to 4 years of Joe Rogan into your real life. But the difference is you're just listening. Here, you're you're participating regardless. That's kind of the thing.
Yeah, I think that the unique position that the corner offers in having a lot of other thinky talky people really allows you to engage that part of yourself and then also go back and embrace the other parts. And I think it's like someone who's very physically active, if they never were able to, go work out, run, play sports, whatever, it's actually that when they go and do that, it's not that they lose all the other parts of their life. It's that they're able to really attend to those other parts of their life, that, they're not being sort of like haunted by this part of themselves that's not able to be exercised. So yeah, I mean, it's a unique place to be, and I mean, it's great, and it's so funny that all of us had, or the few hundred or 1,000 people around here had all the same desire, and what's interesting is it's so inarticulable. Like, it's like, what, the joke is, what is the corner? And it's like, oh, have you ever talked to, we describe it to people and like, you mean having a conversation, you psycho? Like, oh, it's a special community. It's like, well, you're talking with other people. Yeah, we've all done that. And they're like, no, but it's special, and there's Dialogos. And they're like, you mean having a conversation again? And they're like, no, we're participating, and we're, propositions. And it's just like, yeah, I actually have to head out, but it's been fun catching up with you, but it's very inarticulable. But ultimately, we've all had that experience of like, oh, it's great that you can really come and have a dialogue, understand someone, have that sense of respect, and these topics. But I also think that it's important that we do lists. I think sometimes people think that this space is sort of like this, like, end all be all, or like want it to be this thing, when I think it's best when it's very tactically deployed. It's like, you're here, there are certain topics that get talked about, there's certain things, and when we say like the spirit of the corner can be applied to any part of our lives, that's where I get like a little bit of nervous, because I'm like, no, it's actually kind of a very specific spirit for a specific type of person. The more, that can participate in a larger setting, but it's not the larger setting itself.
I just want to welcome West Coast Refugee. I've loved a lot of your comments, by the way.
I'm not sure why I even came on here necessarily. I'm not even kind of struck by what Chad had said earlier. It's something I kind of seen coming. I mean, it seems I've been following this corner since probably May of 2019, but I've never left a couple comments here and there. But the last couple of months, I've been trying to be more active because I'm getting a lot out of the corner. But I have seen these kind of random live streams kind of go in a way. I kind of see this in a way in which is going to cause this little corner, I think, to crumble if we're not careful. I mean, it all seems to be kind of footnotes to PVK, which obviously is not a great thing, but
yeah, that's true.
But I just wanted to. I don't know. I just wanted to kind of reach out to Chad, I guess. I don't know.
To me, it's like one of those party chip bags, where you got the Doritos and the pretzels and the, all in one bag. And I mean, I'm not even, that's why I wanted to take some time to think about it, because there's a certain amount of loyalty that's involved in being part of the corner. But that loyalty can also be misplaced in a sense. Like, and I'm not saying anybody should, be loyal to this and not to that, but we can, as one of our wonderful commenters' names is here, we can pick and choose. Right. And we do that with our chips. Like we take, if we love pretzels, that's what we're eating out of the bag, right? And the Doritos don't get eaten. So, and I think if people are doing that kind of thing here, it keeps it healthy, because we all need to hear from all the different voices in this space, and some of those voices are going to grate on us. And the question that I ask myself when that happens is, why is that grating on me? Because oftentimes it's smoothing off a rough place in me. Right.
Right.
And so, but I also want to issue just a small warning because, there are some tendencies that I see in the culture today, not just, and I say this as cultural because I think it actually, in the Tom Holland kind of way, emerges out of Christianity, is this tendency to self-flagellate. And I just think that is so wrong, because it keeps us from God, actually. It keeps us from the Father. It's the prodigal son. That's what he did, right? Oh, I'll just sleep with the pigs because look at, I'm just a piece of shit, right? and the Father's just waiting, right, for him. So, because you can't, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink, right? It has to come of its own accord. So I just want to say that too. I remember a time in my own Christian life where I was looking around behind every rock and bush for a demon, but then everything becomes my enemy. And, we all have some kind of free floating anxiety. And it feels really good to be able to target that in on an enemy of some kind, right? But if we, and I encourage people to, and this is not kumbaya, this is really profound. I encourage people to see themselves as children of God, something that is loved and valued. And when you come to understand that about yourself, it's called having compassion on yourself. Then you can have compassion on others, even if they're not doing good things, So anyway, that's my little piece.
Thanks, Sherry. Lucas, Mike, y'all are new in here, or y'all showed up. Y'all have any thoughts that were percolating?
No, I'm just getting in here. I hopped into the stream when Chad was doing his little thing, and I was trying to understand what it was about. Mostly, I noticed that he wasn't wearing a mask, and I like his hair, so I just hopped in to feel the vibrations. I don't know a lot of you. I know Christian and Alan a little bit, but nice to meet all of you. And yeah, I'm just dog sitting. That's my little thing. This dog of a friend. Yeah, it's a big boy. Just a puppy. A couple of months ago, it was really small. But no, I don't have specific thoughts on all of this. I have been thinking about it and talking about it, about if this is a good thing, what we're all doing here, what its purpose is, personally, what its value is, if it's a permanent thing we should remain in. And it's something I'm thinking through. I think definitely for me in this stage of my life, it seems to add value to other people's lives and mine, to have meaningful, in-depth conversations. But of course, there's pitfalls. So that's just what I'll add for now.
Hey everybody, I'm new here, I guess. I've been orbiting this space, the TLC, for a long time, but my comments appear here and there on PVK videos and Vervaeke videos. So, but I guess one thing when Shari was talking, what she said, something came up for me. It was the difference between shame and humility.
Yeah,
that's really what it was coming down to, right? and we all want to feel. And shame is such a natural reaction most of the time, at least for me. And recognizing that it's shame, and then I feel like they're not two sides of the same coin. I mean, you could construe them as that, but it's more like taking the right direction, right? You're standing in a.
Oh, you just
You
muted
muted
yourself.
I'm sorry. I did just mute myself. Thank you. What I wanted to say was it's more like you're standing in a certain place, and there's a fork in the road, and one road leads to shame, and one road leads to humility. But the weird thing is, no matter how far down you go the shame road, the other fork is always there.
Yeah.
You can always immediately turn around, no matter how far you've gone, and go down the road towards humility instead, and just humble yourself. Say, the Father has allowed this to happen, and as soon as you put it in that perspective, in that arena, a lot of the decisions become obvious, and a lot of the stances you need to take become obvious to you. That He loves you, and He wants you to just be humble and rely on Him and lean on Him, instead of being inward. Go out, go out, reach out. Don't curl up.
Yeah, that's interesting, because what comes to my mind there is that quote that I've said a few times, that George MacDonald says, if the imagination can't go out to worship, she'll stay home to be sensual. And when you live in shame, you lock yourself away, right? It often leads to addiction of some kind, because it's pain numbing, right? And I think shame is healthy if it's, like you said, Mike, if it leads to humility, right? Because it's a healthy response to something that's not good inside of you, right? Oh, that was terrible. But God loves me, right? He still values me. So what do I do next? Oh, okay, I gotta admit that was, whatever, and move on. It's basically getting back on your horse, as they'd say here in the Chilcotin.
Can you believe that you can be loved?
That's right.
And
That's
that
right, Christian.
in spite of your shame, and it's good. Like I liked what you were pointing out, Sherry, is like being able to identify what is shameful. That thing is shameful, and maybe I should be ashamed of that, but I need to move. Like there's like a recognition, and then being the thing that you do is you either stay in it or go down that road, like you were saying, Michael, or you recognize it, you humble yourself, and you admit it, and allow yourself to be hopefully forgiven with time, hopefully loved. And then if, there's places that may not offer that, but that's part of this, this part of the orientating principle of this space is the belief that you can, I think, be ultimately. So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Got to go on. Bye.
Hey, it's nice to meet you, man.
Yeah, it was nice to
Nice
meet
you guys.
you. Bye.
Talk to you soon. Bye.
Well, I read that last live stream there that you were there, Christian. I read the bit out of the castle where everybody is just ashamed, right? Like after the bound brother comes up, they're totally ashamed, and they lay on the floor on their faces for a couple of days, and then and he lets them, because it's like grief. It's a process. We have to go through it. But then he says, enough. Okay, get up and be who you are.
Live.
Right? Live. Yeah.
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 But it can, depending on where we're at in our journeys, it can, we can be stuck in it deep.
Yeah.
And
I mean, just have a look at some of the zombies shuffling around in East Vancouver. I mean, I see a lot of shame there. I do actually.
And
I
that's
see a lot of shame.
that's the weird part, maybe culturally, is that that there are shameful things. There are shameful there are things to be there are things to be ashamed of, but that we have to, that has to be reckoned with. That has to be faced and hopefully move away from.
So what comes to mind is that shame is really only recognizable in you. A mirror needs to be held up to you in order for you to recognize shame. And that mirror usually takes the form of another person, of relationship itself, right?
Perfect.
And so like people who are the zombies who are shuffling around, they've kind of removed themselves from any possibility of experiencing shame. Probably, maybe unconsciously or consciously, but they're in a position where they're around other zombies, right? That mirror isn't available to them anymore.
No, all they see
right?
is more shame. All they see is more shame.
Right. And that's its own kind of reflection, right?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I think one thing I think a lot about, especially like when you're writing, is you can have one event and then people will say that one event explains two opposite results in two different people. So you say someone grew up poor, so they are really stingy and they really manage their money super well because they never want to spend money. Or someone grew up poor, so they they just spend their money, they don't think about it, they never want to manage it, they never want to touch it. And I think a lot of that has to do with the story that you're in. And okay, I'm feeling shame, what do I do with that emotion? Well, I'm a piece of garbage, so I should feel shame, so it's fine, so I don't have to change. Whereas like you need to change that paradigm that you're in of, oh, okay, I'm experiencing something shameful, but actually, I mean, in the Christian story, it's like I want Christ to live in me, so I need to address that thing. But ultimately, I'm not. There is no condemnation in Christ. I'm free. Whatever that is. I mean, it could be a diet. It'd be like, oh, I broke my diet. I ate all this food because I'm a loser and I'm never going to lose weight. Or, So just changing that.
We got a little echo there, Luke. For some reason. That's good.
So just changing that narrative, because I think that narrative that you tell yourself is so key to how you respond to the shame. And the position Christ takes is to break people out of those cycles of that cyclical thinking of I'm a piece of garbage, so these bad things actually reinforce who I really am, so I do more bad things, and that reinforces that identity.
Luke, you got some thoughts?
Is there still an echo?
No.
Okay.
Well, a little one.
A little one?
It's okay. Just go.
Sorry, guys. I'm just driving into work and just wanted to pop in and say hi and cut a little bit of the conversation on shame. And I think I totally agree with the general sentiment that shame can be a good thing, but if it leads to repentance and then the forgiveness and reconciliation and relationship with the Father, I agree. I think for me, just thoughts about just general conversation about the TLC. I think what I'm trying to figure out is how to make this more real in my real life, and have these kinds of conversations in person, but also form real connections with people that carry over into real life. Because I see in myself just an ability, or I have a tendency to kind of bifurcate things, like intellectual life and then thought life and then real life. And for me, it's having that come down, right? And be a benefit to my embodied real life, and how can I help be kind of strengthened and emboldened and encouraged by these conversations, and then take that into the spaces where I live. Anyway, so that's kind of what's on my mind.
That's great. Well, what? Maybe you could mute Luke. There's a. What comes to my mind is a book that Father Stephen Freeman wrote. I can't remember the name of it now, but it's about the two-story universe of how God has become so transcendent that he lives upstairs and we live downstairs. And how that isn't actually true, right? God is everywhere present. I think that's the name of the book. Everywhere present, filling all things. That's the name of the book. And so he demonstrates through anecdotes and stuff about how people think of God not being everywhere present and filling all things, and how God is everywhere present and filling all things. And I'm just wondering, Luke, if that has something to do with the fact that we think that our thinky-talky doesn't really apply to life, right? Because this is our heaven and this is our earth, right? According to Matthew Pajot, anything that's up above at the highest place is your heaven. And so I've talked about this before. We have this mind-body disconnect. And I think it plays itself out even in this way, where we think that our thinking is not real. But I mean, if you just go through Vervaeke's Meaning Crisis series, you'll find out how important thinking was, how much the thinking of specific men changed the whole frickin' world. If it wasn't for them, he makes a philosophical, historical journey through time to show us how we ended up here. And that's all thinking. I mean, this is the thing that we have that nothing else in creation has. We have the ability to say why and wonder, right? And we'll do it forever and ever. Like, we'll just wonder and we'll ask why. Like, this is the point of Meister Eckhart's sermon that I read recently, where he talks about us being unknowing creatures. We don't know. We're never certain, right? So anyway, I don't know. Like, what I'm asking is, do you think that because our heaven and earth is not connected, that we actually think that thinking and talking is separate from our actual lives? Like, because I don't, but I'd like to hear your thoughts.
Yeah, and Sherry, one thing you mentioned, I think it was the live stream yesterday where you were reading from the castle and talking about the loopholes are, where the spirit got in. That just really hit home for me, because I think partly it's my disposition. I'm something of a perfectionist and kind of like an idealist too. I want to build these idea castles in my head that are sealed off. Well, I want to build a perfect idea castle. I want to have all the ideas right. And I think the thing that I'm learning to unlearn is to still be able to to build something, right? I don't want to not build something. That's in my nature, but it's not going to be perfect. And there's not just one way to do it. And I can appreciate other people's idea castles and learn from theirs. It's more of like an open-handedness. I think there's like a spirit of an open-handedness that I've really learned from this corner, which, I mean, for me, I've just seen how that's allowed me to then kind of reconnect with, say, where my parents are. And they're in a much more kind of like postmodern deconstructive phase in their faith, which has been hard for me because I've been trying to kind of rebuild my faith after deconstruction. But to just be open to other people's places in their journey, kind of see the good in it all without losing sight of there being, something like, a divine logos, the Christ, they're without letting go of a transcendent truth. I'm learning how to accept these differences, learning from other perspectives, and not feeling like my project is to just have all the right answers,
Yeah, but that's so. I think that's so embedded in us because of our Christian heritage. You know, like Christianity has been apologetic for so long, especially in modernity, that we think that we have to have all the answers. And like, I know from the denomination that I grew up in that, you know, to say you don't know was like almost heretical. You have to have an answer, you know?
I mean, there's definitely like it. So everybody here, I can tell, is the thinky talky type, right? We all that's why we're here, right?
But I'm
we
also a farmer, and so is Luke.
Right.
We've got our hands in the dirt. You know, yesterday I spent hours on my tractor with the manure spreader, and then it broke down.
I love thinky talky, and I'm a thinky talky guy. I'm also like an engineer. I like to build. I like to build stuff too. I like to get my hands dirty. I know other people that aren't interested in thinky talky at all. Right, that's their perspective. My wife is one of those people. She loves to have fun. I love her to death. God bless her. But she does not a thinky talky type. Right. She likes to do. She likes to take action. She likes to, just go for it. And that's one of the reasons I think we're complementary in a way. But and my parents are kind of like that too. They I think Luke, you mentioned like they're kind of deconstructed in a way, right? Where they're not really interested in the thinky talky. They're just kind of interested in my parents aren't religious at all. My mother's a lapsed Catholic and my father is a non-believer. And he's just it's practical. Everything is practical. And thinky talky is only useful insofar as it's practical.
No, yeah.
Right.
I have one of those in my home.
Right.
You know, the question is always, is that necessary? I'm like, nothing is necessary except for food and shelter. Like, come on.
Right. But to Luke's point, that's a perspective. That's a perspective, right? You can't be, and there is a right. I want to say a right way. There's a way to mediate between those two extremes, right? That's optimal for you. In the phrase optimal grip comes to mind here, right?
Yeah.
There's a way to optimal grip those two extremes, whereby you're doing the thinky talky, and the thinky talky is important because it informs, and you're able to reflect upon, and hopefully you can integrate the thinky talky with your embodiment, right?
Well, here's the thing. Yeah. Here's the thing. I have a brother who's got schizoaffective disorder, so I've done a lot of research into schizophrenia, and basically it's repressed conversation. Like schizophrenia is, if you don't get it out, if you don't talk about the trauma, if it's often a result of childhood trauma, then you'll have the conversation in here. And after a while, a duck will talk to you, and a butterfly, and and if they don't manifest conversation with you, then you'll manifest something to have a conversation with you. Like that, that's why I keep saying, like, this is who we are. God gave us a brain and a tongue and vocal cords. and he says, come, let us reason together. Let's talk about this. Right. So anyway.
Yeah. And Corner Citizen, what's your first name? I forget.
Oh, Alan.
Alan. Yes. Alan, I was able to catch the comment you made earlier about this being like exercise. And I think that's a perfect analogy, because oftentimes I can feel like, because I mean, like you, is it Mike? You're like, my wife doesn't want to talk about this stuff. Like she has no interest. And
I know my wife, but my husband.
Yeah, totally.
And then at my church, it's like, no, I just can't have this level of conversations. But I need to exercise these parts of my brain, and I think that's just like, this is like the brain gym.
Mm-hmm.
But like I also have to realize
Oops.
What did he have to
here,
realize?
it doesn't mean everyone else is going to want to exercise with me,
With you.
you know?
No. That's right.
And it's
well, let me tell you.
Gosh, but I think there's a way in which the integration is, for me, the rational and the religious had been so used to being disconnected from like kind of my upbringing in these kind of like a more kind of charismatic leaning evangelical church, where at school I was with smart, brainy, secular agnostic kids, and then at church I was with very charismatic, spirit-filled people. And I feel like I'm, over the past few years, I'm figuring out how to connect those two worlds, you know. Anyway, and this corner is really helping with that. But
Yeah, I found for myself that you can't. It's especially in offline. It's hard to force these sorts of things, right? You evoked an image of like you can't want to get people to exercise with you. I imagine like somebody doing like squats next to me, and he's like, "Come on," in just a random room. Like, "Come on, you can exercise with me." No, it's not gonna. That's ridiculous and absurd, right?
Yeah.
I found like I said, you can't force it. These opportunities to do thinky talky with people in person. I think it seems to me, it's been my experience that that's rare, and when it does happen, you got to cherish it and ride the wave until it goes away. Right? I was in a men's group. I was in a men's group and last year, and that was great. I was able to get together and do thinky talky with guys, and then the group kind of dissolved. It just the guy didn't want to do it anymore, and that was it. And I was like, well, it was nice while it lasted, and I'm gonna pray for
another
other
one.
opportunities. Yeah, that's as much as you can do.
Well, yeah, like I think this is a manifestation of the internet itself, and I know that a lot of people are afraid of the internet. I'm not. I didn't grow up with the internet, so it doesn't scare me, actually. It's a tool. That's how I feel about it. And I'll sit here and do this, and then when I shut it off, I go outside and I'm out there for hours, doing things. Like, I don't feel like I've been corrupted by the internet, especially not here, So, but I'm old enough to also to know that I've maybe encountered 3 people in real life in my lifetime that I could have a conversation like this with. So don't hold out any hope, okay, that you're going to find a conversation partner outside of this little corner to talk about these kinds of things, because they're rare. It's a rare opportunity, and some people are blessed to have it once or twice in their whole life. And to have it as often as we get to have it is not indulgent. It's a blessing, people. It's a blessing. And I actually think it's going to transform the world, because it transforms human beings. I know for a fact that it's transformed many lives. People who have been involved here, whether they've been actively involved or just lurking, have made radical changes to their lives. And that's just this little corner. I mean, look at what's happened because of Jordan Peterson, for example, right? How many lives have been changed? How many wounds have been healed? How many families have been healed? How many children have been born? Right?
Yeah.
Because of that. Like, those are real consequences.
I like how you opened up with that you didn't grow up with the internet like
Yeah.
I did. Like I'm pretty sure some of these other guys did too, right? We're thorough cyborgs in that sense, right? Where I grew up.
Well,
maybe
don't
8 or
believe
9.
that. Don't believe that. That's not true, actually.
I mean, I grew up with a keyboard in my hand at 8, and I've been on the internet. I'm an outlier in that sense, where because I was online at a very early age. However, what you said about this space changing lives, I think, is true. The internet as a whole can't. maybe 99.9% of what goes on the internet, probably even more than that, isn't capable of that. And it seems to me that this little corner has to be little, right?
Oh, it will be, because
it has
like,
to
that's
be.
why I say,
It can
yeah,
only be
that's why I
little.
say you're lucky if you meet 1 or 2 people in your whole actual life.
Right. And I think
Yeah.
you're right to connect that this little corner is an extension. It's just that this little corner is that, but instantiated on the internet. That's what it is.
And thank God. Okay, that's all I can say. Like, I'm just grateful. Like, and I've always made the proposition that gratefulness leads to humility, because if you think that something is a gift, then what have you done to get it? Nothing. Okay? Nothing. I mean, we're lucky to be here and to have these conversations. And so, I mean, I get Chad's sentiment. I know Chad well enough to know where he's coming from and why perhaps he might be thinking those things. And Chad's going to have to work it out. But it's not true. Like, that's why I made a comment, Chad's right about what he said, but he's also wrong. As Luke Thompson would say, right?
Wrong. Sorry, Chad. Very wrong. Unfortunate. I said, wow. I said, this Chad the alcoholic guy, no good. I said, not so good. I said, very wrong. Weak Chad.
You're amazing. Great time to sign off. Hey.
Yeah. Bye, Luke.
Oh yeah. God bless. Bye, guys.
Yeah, but because it's not true for everyone, right? And I mean, if it was true for you when you heard Chad talking the way he did, then do something about it, man. That's all I could say.
I must have missed it.
Oh, it's
was
okay.
on earlier.
You can go back and see. You can
Yeah.
go. But that's
um,
when everybody started self-flagellating, right? Because then immediately because look, we're all guilty of self-indulgence. We're all guilty of self-righteousness. And we're all guilty of being sinners and doing the wrong thing and having the wrong thoughts and thinking and going to the wrong places. And like St. Paul said, that which I want to do, I don't do. And the thing that I don't, anyway, you know what I mean? It's a tongue twister. So, yeah.
Along sort of taking a step back for a second, I think to the thinky talky and not many people having this opportunity, I think this is also, Sherry, earlier, like 10 minutes ago, you said something about iron sharpens iron. It's not
Yeah.
just having a place to go be, now I will use the intellectual part of my brain. Like, you can go onto 4chan, you can go onto message boards, Reddit, and you see people using the intellectual part of their brain just for these like inane, stupid arguments.
Yeah. Super sterile.
Yeah, and nothing is generative, and I'm sure they feel good. And this is where you get like the comic book guy Simpsons meme of like, actually, Star Trek, we didn't see the phaser gun until episode 347. So, like, actually, people who like write in like corrections to movies. Oh my God. On IMDb, I'm like, what what kind of psycho
This
of
is
like,
intelligence versus rationality, right?
Yeah.
They're being intelligent, but
Yeah.
they're not really.
Yeah. They're just flexing the idea of like, I never get to say what I want to say, so I'm going to go and point out that this type of tractor wasn't available in 1957, so this movie's stupid because they're using the wrong type of tractor. But here we get to actually like do all the P's of knowing and participate, and we do have propositional discussions, but you have to act correctly. And if you're going to come in here and you're going to be the comic book guy from The Simpsons, like, people aren't going to want to talk to you. And so you can't really edge out that little niche of being like, well, I'm always correct. And that's why people get annoyed with me, because I'm always correct. And it's just like, why would I ever want to talk to you? So it's not only that part of yourself, but it's situating it in the correct place and exercising it in the correct way so that it can integrate. When you learn, this is how you have a conversation, this is how you be quiet for a few minutes, let the other person speak, this is how you listen, this is how you extract, this is how you steel man someone's argument, so you're not just attacking the weakest points of their argument. When you actually do all these things, that's that not only is that exercising it and like making it so you're not obsessed with this way of thinking all the time, but you can bring that back and be like, this is how you talk to a new person at church, this is how you talk to. So there's absolutely no difference, I think, in terms of this is all just you're one person, this is just different elements of that unity that you're in. And so there's absolutely none. And in terms of, is there utility to it? Like, I mean, Sherry said the same thing, but that's like, to me, extremely obvious through my own like story and testimony. But also, like, take the phrase like, oh, there's so many lonely people out there. Like people say, oh, people aren't meeting. It's like, oh, we'll just get all the lonely guys and the lonely girls and we'll just put them together. It's like, they would have no idea what to do. If you got all the lonely people together, they'd just be lonely in the same room together. They have no idea how to.
There are lots of those out there, actually.
Yeah. And even in relationships.
Here. It's not what's happening here.
Yeah. So, but it's just to say, like, you actually have to know how to do the thing. You can't just say, like, well, just be, like, just have a discussion, just talk to each other. You have to know the rules of the road. You have to shake the person's hand. You have to say hello. You have to listen to them. You have to respond to what they're saying. You can't just force them to do it. So all those things, all those mechanisms that we're developing here, and just because we happen to be in the really, really high openness side of the spectrum, there's nothing wrong with. I mean, people who do sports need to learn, oh, I can't just really hard foul someone because they could break their ankle, and no one wants to play basketball with me ever again. Even though it's like, well, I saw someone in the NBA do a hard foul to save the game. It's like, yeah, you psycho. Like, that was in the NBA finals. Like, you're playing pickup basketball and you just threw someone into the bushes and just broke their ankle, and he's a dad with 4 kids. It's like, understanding those contexts. So, it's not just intellectual debates. It's, the context of your sport or your job or your family or so. I think, so that's my whole spiel on, like,
that was a good spiel. It was a great spiel. I was just, I highlighted your comment there, Alan, a couple times about there's now no condemnation in Christ Jesus. And I actually wrote an email to someone recently who used that verse in there because I was struggling with constructive criticism. Like, we often want to do the how to make things better thing, right? And I feel a lot of tension about it because there is an element to that is implicit in that it's saying something like, I know how to make this better. I do, right? And that feels hubristic to me. And so right away, my red flags go up. Now, I'm not saying that this always is, or there's no room for that. But the thing that came to my mind when I was thinking about it was how and I looked for this book and I can't find it. Ian McGilchrist wrote a book when he was in college called Against Criticism. And I've heard him talk about this because it's really easy to criticize, right? And what it basically what criticism does is it nails something to a board, cuts it open, and rips it all to shreds. And it's you're no longer seeing the thing as a whole entity, but you're pulling it apart, right? So it goes from being a unity, let's say, to a multiplicity. And when you do that, you actually lose credibility as a critic because it's not the multiplicity or the individual parts that you should be criticizing. It should be the whole, right? So he makes the case that there shouldn't really be criticism. And he's talking about it in terms of literary criticism and I mean, I'm not an educated person, but I have heard educated people say how literary criticism has destroyed literature. like just ripped it, like just destroyed it, right? Because it disenchants. Essentially, that's what it does, is it disenchants things, right? And so, and I'm just thinking out loud here because I was thinking about that recently, and then I wrote an email to someone, and then I ended it with, there's now, Jesus didn't come into the world to condemn the world, but that the world through him might be saved. Okay? And I don't know, I'm still trying to connect that all in my head, but and in this little corner, I have encountered many people who want to talk about differences. Like that's what they want to talk about. They want to talk about differences. I like to talk about similarities. And I've also heard McGilchrist say the same thing. He doesn't want to look at the differences. He wants to talk about the similarities because the differences are actually pretty obvious. It's the similarities you have to search for. You have to dig deep for those, right? So anyway, those are just some thoughts.
So McGilchrist likes the right hemisphere a lot, in his book, he makes that whole case. And I remember Vervaeke's response to that is that he thinks that McGilchrist should also seek to value the left hemisphere. So I agree with you, because we've had a depravity of finding the, let's say, sameness and the oneness. But I think both are necessary, similar to mercy and judgment. And that's also what I've been thinking a lot about with the criticism. There is a role for it, I think, but it should be definitely, let's say, in service of creation. So that's what I'm thinking.
I think that's exactly right. It's going to depend on what the telos, like what end is it, what is it serving, right? Because there is a place for spotting out differences as long as it's serving God and ultimately, right?
Well, if you're trying to separate sheep and goats,
right? Exactly, right.
You know what I mean?
Exactly.
You got to know the difference.
That's what I'm getting at, right? And I think you were exactly right by bringing, Jesus came into the world not to condemn it, but to save it. And that's the, criticism is necessary if it's in service to that, right? The saving the world. Right.
Well, that's what I think, West Coast Refugee said when he came in. He said something about we're in danger of destroying this, right? And I think that the danger lies in constantly criticizing, right? Or constantly questioning why, what are we doing? Are we really, is this real? All those things, because it
that's certainly the spirit of the times, right? That's
we're
way on one end of the spectrum, right?
Totally. And I've had that same sense. I've been saying that to a core group of people in this little corner for a long time. Like, stop. What always comes to my mind is when, what's his name, that Black actor, Morgan Freeman, was in a conversation with Don Lemon, and Don Lemon asked him about racism. And then Morgan Freeman, he said, "What do you think of racism?" And then Morgan Freeman said, "I think we should stop talking about it. Because if we, the more we talk about it, the more real it is, right?" And he came from a generation where he actually saw it go away for a minute until everybody started talking about it again. And then, whoop, there it was, now it's back. So, it's like, and I think that can apply here, actually. I just want to say, stop talking about it and just go do what we're doing. This is what we're doing. We're talking. We're learning to articulate ourselves. We're also bouncing up against each other. We're shaving off the rough places, and we're being transformed by it. And there's just no doubt about that in my mind. None.
I think in this little corner, what we're learning to do is to let people unfold themselves in front of us. And that's extremely feminine, kind of what we're doing. It's extremely open. And I think racism is the exact opposite of that. It's discernment. And you're right in saying that we're just doing the same thing now by being anti-racist, what they call that. You're just doing the same thing, but you're reverting it, and so you're not letting the wholeness of people unfold in front of you. That's extremely beautiful when that happens, when you're having a deep conversation. And so yeah, I think there should be more of what you were just speaking about, Sherry. It's like that openness, and yeah, I guess not discerning as much, but seeing the one that underlies all of us, or God.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, those conversations might not get as many views.
No, but that's the whole point. Like, that's why we should have them. Like, we shouldn't be serving the algorithm, because that's just going to be things that make us angry or that make us lust, because that's what gets views. And so
Exactly.
I'm so
That's right.
happy when there's like a 2-hour conversation that's beautiful. It has 60 views or whatever.
Yeah.
Because it's
It's
quality
true.
over quantity, you know?
Yeah.
That's what it is.
I mean, that is one interesting aspect of being of seeing how many views things get. And like, I'm on this channel, but I don't have any administrative rights on the channel. I don't see any of the
Mhm.
I don't even know how to work it, you know. I just show up here. But I mean, you can see how many people have watched things, and it's just always really fascinating to me to see how many people want to get into a rumble. They just love it, right? The views are, oh, must have been controversial. And then I
Yeah.
go, whoop, next video.
Yeah. And you can clean up your algorithm like that by just, selecting on that. You can press like the button of doesn't interest me or something on the shorts. You can like clean your digital space up even a little bit.
Yeah.
But we're human beings, we like to watch gladiator fights. That's just that's the nature of
Yeah.
us.
Yeah.
But
Voyeurism.
it's the lower nature, I think.
It is a lower nature. That's true. Yeah. Yeah.
I was gonna respond a bit to what you said before about having these types of conversations and how rare they are. I found more and more that by not focusing so much on the thinky talky, but more about the meaning of a conversation, that I can actually have them with so many people. And so they're not as intellectual. They're not going to speak about Vervaeke and McGilchrist.
Yeah.
But there's got to be such a depth to it. Like, it can be a very personal conversation about someone's mother or something. And it's exactly that level of depth. And that, to me, the meaning is much more important than the intellectual thing. Whereas I can also get that here. But yeah, so I think this little corner is like a training ground in that sense. Like, it's
I
recruiting
believe
us
that.
to.
Yeah, I totally believe that. Like, and if you can learn to dialogue properly, and here's the thing, dialogos doesn't happen with you laying in your bed staring at the ceiling. Like, you gotta have a conversation partner. And this was what irritated most people about Socrates, right? Because he was just constantly poking. Okay, I want to talk to you. And they're like, oh, go away, man. Like, you're just, driving me nuts. And in the end, they killed him for it.
Yep.
But you have to have a place where you can exercise, like Mike was talking about. You can exercise dialogos, and then when you go into the world, you will do that because you know the value of it. and it will bring transformation into your life, because your relationships, because dialogos transforms people. Okay. If you can connect at that level with anybody, even in the grocery store lineup, which I do all the time. Okay. I never want to say something to someone that they've heard 75 times that day, because I have these conversations and I know that people care about what matters. They're not all shallow and just superficial. They just act that way because they have never been able to get down and make that connection, And I've had the most incredible conversations with people in a grocery store lineup, because of it. And so what's happening there? I'm transforming them, and they're transforming me, because now we connected at a level, like, our consciousnesses have made a connection, right? That's what Dialogos is. And when that happens, we've touched somebody. And, I've said this many times. We need to touch. We are connected, right?
I can see that perhaps what we're doing in Dialogos, we're both aiming up. And I mean, if Logos is Christ, if you can understand it like that, then you're literally in the presence of God when you're doing that. So of course it's a
I mean,
beautiful and uplifting thing.
Jesus was, this is one of the things that impressed me the most. And I mean, I'm kind of hard to impress. But Jesus really impressed me. Because he'd be sitting there at the well, looking around, and then he'd say, "Where's your husband?" Straight to the heart, right? Straight to the heart. And, or, to the sick guy, "Do you want to be well?" Straight to the heart.
Yeah.
Like no fooling around, and I remember those were the things that really blew my mind when I was reading the Gospels, was the way that he spoke to people, and what he did was he prompted them to go deep, to go below that superficial encounter that we have with people every day. But, to get really down inside of themselves and ask themselves the question they never wanted to ask themselves. So he asked them, and it's kind of like he must have learned it from his mother, because she was like at the wedding at Cana, she's like, "There's no more wine."
Yeah.
And he's like, "Oh man, you know what you're doing? Like, you're opening up a world of pain, from the Big Lebowski." And that's what Jesus does to people. He opens up this world of pain. Where's your husband?
Yeah.
Do you want to be well?
He does it with love. It's interesting you pulled up Socrates, because it makes me think of the distinction between the two, where a lot of people just didn't like him, like Socrates. Whereas I think, of course, the same is true for Jesus, but I think Socrates was more interested in truth. And I guess Jesus was more interested in goodness, I think. Sorry, what did you say?
Jesus was interested in the soul.
The soul. Yeah, that's a good one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah.
Oh, Tyler, heavenly day. A rare sighting. Can you hear us?
Hello, sir. Oh, there we go. We lost him.
While he works that out, I just want to. It just seems to me like what you guys keep reiterating is that dialogos is a way of loving.
It is,
right?
Yes,
it's a way of using conversation. It's a specific kind of conversation that loves. It helps bring forth and helps ultimately help. Right? Exactly. It helps the other person
it's like
grow.
the Vervaeke version of agape that loves someone into being.
Right. And there's other ways
to do that.
To
do that, you almost have to turn them inside out. Sorry, I interrupted.
And there's physical way of doing that, right? There's things you obviously we can love physically and help people physically, and Jesus did that too, right? He healed people.
Mm-hmm.
But
yeah,
it's
he
not
did.
all right. That's not all. But that wasn't the only way he did it, right? He used. I hesitate to say he used dialogos, but he loved.
Well, he was the logos.
He was right. Yeah.
So anything that came out of his mouth was dia
exactly.
logo.
Right. So yeah.
Yeah.
Got you there, Tyler?
Tyler just teased us. It's kind of like a 30-second Walking Dead trailer.
Oh yeah.
I'm still a Walking Dead fan. Sorry, guys.
You watched all of the seasons?
I watched it all.
I gave up when what happened? Negan and that whole thing. That also cannibalism. It just frightened me. I'm ready to watch some stuff, but It went very
Yeah,
far.
I know though that section in there got a little bit. Yeah, I let a few years go in between before I went back to it, and
Yeah.
then I kind of
And you
binged
can
it.
go through it. You don't have to wait every week.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Hi,
Tyler, it's
Tyler.
nice to meet you.
Hi, Sherry. Hi. I can
Nice
hear
to
you
meet
now.
you.
You can hear me
Good.
too, obviously. Good.
Yeah, we hear you. How you doing?
Awesome. Great. How are you?
Great.
I'm good.
Actually.
I'm good.
Yeah.
I don't know you,
You had
actually,
thought?
Tyler. Could you tell me a bit about yourself? You look
Sure. What
you
would you
look
like to
like
know?
what a lot of people would want Jesus to have looked like. So that's already
I do get that from time to time.
yeah, I can imagine.
It happens. I try not to go into churches too often.
That's wise.
Sometimes it gets a little,
Especially not when you're glowing.
yeah. It's I've been listening to the stream.
Hmm.
It's one of the few I was able to catch. It's quite interesting. I do think, of course, that Christ is always available to us. The Spirit of Christ is always available to us when we invite that into possibility. So there's a submission that always has to occur to something outside yourself. And when someone says that they're not feeling that, you have to believe them.
Right.
But they're very often not actually pointing when they're doing the pointing to the thing that's actually bothering them.
Right.
That's what I've discovered.
Me too.
So Chad's hurting for some reason.
Yeah.
It'd be nice to have him feel healed from that, but it's probably not going to occur by attacking an insubstantial space, right? And it's not going to occur because a space transforms in a certain way. It's going to occur because some relationship is healed.
Yep.
Whichever one that is. So, yeah, I have also profound respect for what I've seen take place here. And the here is just between the people who show up. It's not it's not a platform.
Yeah. Have you ever read, Tyler, The Spell of the Sensuous by David Abrams? Oh my
No.
gosh. I am like deep in it at the moment. And he's talking about the, and this is this is in my mind, this is connected to what we're talking about. He's talking about language, and the dawn of language and oral traditions. He specifically focuses in on indigenous peoples, and he talks about their different ways of connecting things. And what I find really interesting is that their language is very connected to the land. Like they have, I'm going to try to reiterate this. So the Apache, for example, they have this way of telling a story. It's a specific story. It has a name. I can't remember the name of it at the moment. But they call it shooting an arrow, right? And it's to bring somebody or put somebody in their place, let's say, because that person is outside of, like, maybe insensitive or egoistic. It doesn't really matter. It's not a condemnation, but it's to bring them back to humility. Actually, that's the point of the story. And they connect it to a place, right? So they tell a story that's place connected, and then that person remembers that occurrence by remembering the place where it happened to them. And so this anthropologist, he overheard an older woman, scold a younger woman in this manner by telling her a story. And it was an unrelated story to what she was actually doing. But it had a moral to it. And the moral was, don't be a white man when you're an Apache. Okay. And the girl got up from the room and left just quietly, not in a huff, not in a, storm or anything. And then a couple of years later, the anthropologist said to the girl, "What was it? Why did you get up and go?" And she said, "Because grandmother shot an arrow at me and she killed me." And I was just like, man, oh, I love these things. Because that's what happens to us, right? When we get brought back to a place of humility, and we call it a place, right? We die. We die. And yeah, and he just goes like this. I can't say enough about this book. Honestly, it's not a Christian book, but it is amazing. And then he talks about the Aboriginal of Australia and how they have these song lines. Do you know anything about song lines, Tyler? You've been to Australia a few times now. So here's something. I don't know if anybody knows this, but I got to tell it because it is just mind-blowing to me. And this is not related now, but I'm going to tell it anyway. A man will walk, and I'm not going to get this all perfect because I haven't really re-articulated it yet, but a man will walk along the land, and as he walks along the land, he sings a song, okay? And as he's singing the song, he's spreading his seed into the ground. That's how they see singing as you walk, okay? And that seed drops into the ground, and then the man will have sexual relations with his wife, and then she'll be out collecting berries or lizards or whatever Aboriginal people are collecting. And they don't believe that conception happens when you have sex. They believe that the woman is prepared for conception when you have sex. And when she goes out to collect and gather, the seed that he dropped in the song line jumps up into her womb and starts to develop into life. And so then that child gets named at that song line. And it's usually, so she'll know, the woman will know because she'll feel the child move in her womb. Okay. So that's how far along she is in her pregnancy when because to her, she's feeling the child jumping up into her. Okay. And that song line will become the song of the child. And like, this is so complex. Like, that's only the tip of the iceberg. I didn't even tell the whole thing. Like, because the song line is, so David Abrams makes this comparison between the song line and the memory palace that the Greeks used when they told oral stories. Okay. The song line is a way to remember the stories. And that the stories are in Aboriginal culture are called dream time. And so this is all like it's ancestral, it's memory, it's birth, it's conception. It's like, it's just mind-blowing to me. Like, I wish I could just read the chapter to you guys, because it is absolutely amazing. But it's not that far off from what we're talking about, because I have said in the past that speaking is a form of sacred magic. And this is how Indigenous cultures see it, right? We speak something out into the world and it never returns void, right? And this is the spirit. Small s, capital S. It's the breath. It's the pneuma. It's the wind. It's all the same thing, right? And when it goes out into the world, it brings forth new life. And it's not necessarily always good, right? We can curse and we can bless with our words. Hey, Cord, nice to see you here. I haven't seen you in a long, long time.
Something that came to mind. I recently read a book called The Fifth Head of Cerberus by Gene Wolfe. It's a collection of short stories, like 3 of them intertwined.
I've heard of Gene Wolfe, yeah.
A very, very complex author, very deep. Everything he writes is gold as far as I'm concerned. But in this book, one of the stories is about this kind of Aboriginal society. And the thrust of what I want to get at is like what you said, the words they used to notate or denote things, was the line between the words and the embodiment is almost non-existent, right?
No,
They're
yeah,
so
that's right.
they're
And
they're
this
so
and
blurred, right?
and they
Right.
and this actually works out in a way that there is no distinction between time and space
Right.
in oral
Right.
culture, right?
Right.
Like, think about
And
that.
yeah, and we've so abstracted in our society today, right? The
Yeah.
spirit everything is so abstracted.
Right.
And this is what you were getting at,
You
before
got
with,
it.
you get the head and the body, right?
You totally tapped into
Right.
that.
Right. They need to
Yes.
be like this, right?
Yeah, and for
Yeah.
the oral culture, they are, right?
Right. Yeah.
Heaven and earth are connected.
Right. There were advantages. There were I feel like for Reiki, there are advantages to abstraction, right?
Yeah, there are.
You gain power, but you lose. There's a
Connection.
cost you pay, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, and
We've
you know
fallen
what?
in love with our ability to cut because we've gotten
Ooh.
very good at it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For sure.
And science, in fact, our conception of how we gain knowledge is primarily through this act of cutting. We have different words for it, measurement, but it's fundamentally a separation. It's an act of control where we establish beforehand the bounds of habitation for all that we desire to know. And only within that circumscribed experiment can we ascertain anything that we call knowledge.
Mm.
And you can acquire facts about the world that way, but then you have a real problem stitching them together, because what stitches them together is not the same action as what cuts them apart.
Tyler, do you think we get you end up with a Frankenstein kind of thing?
Well, what do you think AI is?
I know.
If not the million fragments of our language stitched together in a
Mhm.
disembodied beast that only hopes to be alive, but will probably ultimately only burn in a windmill.
Yeah, I would. Yeah, I would want to. We're just talking about the tyranny of the propositional, right? Of using the propositional language and believing that it is all that there is, while ignoring the part of ourselves that is embodied, right? And there's I don't know. Just thinking about the other ways of knowing, right? Knowing what
Well,
my
I think
wife
if heaven
feels
and
like,
earth are
right?
connected,
Right.
if heaven and earth are connected, you will be doing all the, if you want to get into Verbekis terminology, all the 4
Yeah.
Ps, right?
Right.
Like
Yeah.
it flows out of it, right? This is why the other
Yeah.
day in the live stream I was talking about procession and how that's really fascinating to me, and I'm really thinking about it because things proceed out of, right? Other things. I think I'm trying to think who was in the conversation. Someone was talking about the wind and how the wind the question was it was Jed. He said, what is the wind? Well, the wind is a result of all kinds of thermal dynamics on the face of the earth, right? So the wind doesn't just pop up. It proceeds out of, right? It's procession. Anyway.
Well, it's all excitation from the sun. Every bit of it, right?
Yeah.
And just everything that is present on the face of the earth is
Beautiful.
A multiplied excitation of the energy derived from the sun.
Mhm.
It just gets transformed in all these interesting ways and locked into habits and patterns of relationship with each other. And the degree to which we can extend those patterns through time is, the level of miraculousness.
Mhm.
It looks like it's been going on forever, so it's pretty miraculous. It's so whatever it is, we have to be.
Miracle we miss. The miracle we just don't even see.
Yeah, well, where the wind comes from. In the past, we had a name for the direction. So you live near the Mediterranean. There's a directionality to the wind. You live in certain places. There is an orientation. It does proceed from something, even if it is just.
Mm-hmm.
It's not just the excitation. It's an excitation in one part, but not in another. And that differential is what causes the flow to occur.
Mm-hmm.
So when we come into these places, these conversational places, this is important, I think, for part of what Chad is experiencing, perhaps. There's something unique about the constant blowing through. There isn't a fixedness here because new people and new spirit is always coming through. It's always moving it in a different direction. And so you do lose a groundedness feeling, I think, for sure. But you do also gain access to that constant breath of life for what's really alive for the people that come into it.
It's like being a kid. It reminds me, what you just said reminds me of being a kid, right?
Yeah.
You're right. You just kind of, my children, most of the time, don't know what's going on. Right? They're
They
little
prefer
kids.
not to.
And yeah, they don't need to, right?
Yeah, my children hate when I tell them what's going on. They hate it.
Yeah.
They don't want to know.
No, it's disenchanting. That's why. This is that kind of vivisection that we want to do all the time, to cut the thing open and tear it apart and look at all the parts. And this is why I brought up McGilchrist's book Against Criticism. And if anybody listening or watching later knows where I can get a copy of that book, please let me know, because I definitely want to read it. Against Criticism by Ian McGilchrist. And he wrote it as a young man, but I think that was his first eye-opening thing to this left brain-ism, right? That wants to criticize and tear apart and look at everything piece by piece by piece, right?
I bet Ian has a copy. Let's ask him.
Yeah.
I may actually. It's interesting. I may be in a conversation with him in a couple of months. I'm not sure.
Well, if you can get me a signed copy, I will send you a virtual kiss. Like this.
I'll just come visit for the real one, Sherry.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. I'll ask him. Yeah, I'm sure he must keep. There's got to be something.
I looked and I couldn't find anything, even because it's pretty old. He wrote it when he was in college.
Yeah.
But I would really like to read it, because I think, and he mentions it quite often, because I think that's what spurred on the whole. That was the manifestation of what he. That was like a superficial manifestation. This tendency for criticism, and it was in the literary sense, right? That he could see as being very off and very destructive.
Yeah, but I do disagree with you on the conflict is totally necessary. I mean, we have to have it. Yeah, we gotta. Yeah, well, and the question is, of course, are you loving it for its own sake, or is it because you're trying to come into contact with your own relationship with the transcendentals, like goodness, beauty, and truth?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
If you're trying to just win over, which is something more like a reputational game.
Yeah. Which
is truly like what being on the internet and being observed by unknown parties. It really does fry a lot of people's circuitry. I think it really does put a lot of people into exacerbations of things like narcissistic tendencies.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Anxiety, all of that stuff gets hyper exacerbated because the actual abstract entity of the other out there is beyond comprehension. So you can fill it with anything.
I've lived like that though for so many years.
Yeah.
That there's always an abstract.
That's because you're a mystic, though. That's because you're a mystic. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
But I'm also rural. I just have no neighbors.
Well,
the whole world's out there somewhere. During COVID and all the lockdowns, my life never changed. I just kept thinking about all the. I mean, it never changed.
The world came into you, though, didn't it? It came
every
in
day,
through
every day. Oh yeah, there was some pressure from the outside, but but like my getting up in the morning, my routine, like I wasn't a person living in an apartment building in New York City and couldn't go outside, right?
Yeah.
And I just kept saying to my husband, I don't know how they can deal with this. Like, I don't know. I would go crazy. But
Well,
my
they
life
did.
never really. And yeah, people
Go
did.
crazy. Yeah, there's a lot of people that went crazy, and I'm still trying to recover.
Mm.
And the promise of that recovery is more and more going to be made by people in positions of power, people who claim to have special knowledge, the right way forward, clear understanding of the whole thing. It's such a comfort to hear someone say that. Whoever was in here earlier with that Trump impression, great job. Was it Alan?
No, that was Alan. Alan's amazing.
Great job, Alan. Good job. Yeah, there's that phenomenon, right? The Antichrist phenomenon, right?
Mhm.
It's a misidentification with the process of how it is we find our way in life. And the more and more we give up our own agency, that is, the more and more we choose to not wrestle with the difficulty of our own interactions, and the more we give that up to the promise of someone else doing it for us in a better way, the more we contribute to the false construction of the Antichrist. It's the misuse of that accusing power, right? We keep scapegoating outside instead of taking the transformation inside.
Mhm. Yeah.
That requires a sacrifice on the outside. So the future is both enormously bright and also harrowing.
I call it terrifyingly optimistic.
There you go.
That's
Yeah.
my favorite phrase because I'm an optimist. Like for me, the glass is always half full, right? And I'm sure there, there have been times where it wasn't, believe me. Tyler, you know my story.
Yeah, and we rely on other people around us to help us through these moments.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's really interesting because we truly don't have access to what. So when we're participating in this kind of intimate dialogue in a public setting, so people are observing us, we don't really know how it feeds any given individual that's observing.
No.
Like this may be utterly banal to us in the moment. We may be even like bored of ourselves. We may be repeating ourselves for the 100th time. Yet a new person shows up and they, in the moment, have access to something that is nourishing to them. So I try to remember that whenever I engage in communication so that I don't get stale. Like even when I am lost in understanding as to why it is I'm doing anything that I'm doing at all. The fact that I'm doing it at all, I should be doing it well. Like I should be doing it as well as I can.
Right.
And then within that, you find whatever spirit is present. So you don't need to kill it. It grows on its own.
Did you have something to say, Mike?
Yeah. It's time for me to go, but I wanna end with what came up while Tyler was talking. It's we have to really carry our cross, not only daily, but in every single moment that we're able to. Right, every little situation that comes up possibly could be a situation in which we call it to carry a cross in some way. And and also to what Tyler said, while we're doing it, we can't be looking or searching for or paying any attention to what the people who are watching us might be thinking of us. Right.
Yeah, when you say that, I think the cross for me it's the burden of being.
The sacrifice,
yeah.
right?
And it is a sacrifice, but don't. The one thing I would say to that is that's the first move, but the next move that always seems to happen is you fall in love with the carrying of the cross.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and then you fall in love with being a martyr, and that attentionalism in itself destroys the act. So that's why Christ has to be the one that carries it for you. After you've voluntarily taken it yourself, if you're doing it right, the burden should then lift. right? So
That my
whatever
yoke
it
is
is,
easy, my burden is light. That's what that is.
right? Yep.
Yeah.
Right.
And that's
And
how you know you're taking it voluntarily in the right way. If it feels heavy and you're glorifying in the heaviness of it.
Well, I agree. I absolutely agree. And the ego can't really be involved at all, right? I think that's what you're getting at.
Well, you got to love the ego. You have to have sympathy for the devil. Okay. That's also like the total rejection of it. Because what the ego is the part of us that we allow to live and die again and again. It arises in moments and you don't really have control over it. But when you identify with it in the sense that you do have control over it, that is when it grows. That's actually when it grows.
Yeah.
So to love it into its being
who it's
and not to
into who it's supposed to be. Like, you know, like in Revelation, the white stone name, that's your ego. That's who you are.
It's
right?
identity.
And so it's like, you don't, you know, like I read this Meister Eckhart sermon the other day, and he says what God wants to do is rob the soul of herself. But he also says the soul doesn't know who she is, right? And so I posed the question, how do you know when you've been robbed of yourself, when you don't even know who yourself is, right? Like that, there's a moment there that's probably going to take a lifetime, right? And then you get the white stone name and you go, of course that's who I am, right? So you come into the world as a baby with the baby. It's your ego. You come into the world with a little baby ego, and it acts like a little baby ego as it grows up, and it just really annoys the hell out of you, right? And it gets you into trouble and all kinds of things, and you feel shame and guilt because the ego every now and then rises up and says, me, right? I want. And at some point, like Douglas Harding says, you have to marry that sage back to the child. But in a way, and this is actually what Steiner and Barfield talk about when they talk about final participation, because there's a marriage in there between like, you don't go back. It's not nostalgic, right? But you bring those two things into relationship to each other again. And Steiner would say science and religion, right? And yeah.
Cutting and binding.
These things just have to be integrated. Like there's nothing is like, this is what I keep saying when I say, or meaning when I say nothing is lost, nothing is destroyed, everything is transformed. And it's transformed through procession, right? Through something proceeding, emanating, emerging from the next thing and the next thing. And that's what transformation is. And that's what God's doing. He's transforming us. In the twinkling of an eye.
Boy, that twinkling takes a while. Sorry, Mike, kind of +1 to your parting comment. I want to acknowledge the wisdom of it, and please take it again so that your eye is legitimate.
Good. I think of I'm thinking the image of Christ carrying the cross up to Calvary, and all the people watching him, and spitting at him. Some people yelling at him, some people sympathizing with him, right? I feel like he had his eyes fixed on one thing.
Yes, he did.
Right. And I think,
and that's what you're talking about.
That's what I was talking. I think that's what I was trying to get at.
Yeah, just that endurance, right? To just no matter what.
Not letting the opinions of others.
Yeah, keeping your eyes fixed.
Them up, right? Just having them fixed on the Father's will.
Yep.
Right.
Yep.
All right. I'm gonna take off with that.
Thanks, Mike. It was really nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, Mike.
Nice to meet all of you. Wonderful talking with each and every one of you.
Yeah.
Hope to talk to you guys.
Yeah, I hope to talk to you again too. Bye, Mike.
Yep. Bye.
Don't come back.
On that note, my phone has been on life support for the last 30 minutes, and the dog is
You did
getting a
CPR?
little bit antsy. But it's been lovely speaking to you.
You too, Lucas. Yeah.
I hope you carry on the conversation, the two of you. I'm sure there will be plenty of insights. So
Yeah.
see you. Have a good one.
Bye-bye. Oh, I'd like to carry on, but I'm looking at this.
No, I was going to say, I thought that felt like a natural close. So yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's 5 minutes to 10 o'clock, and I haven't done any chores. My dogs are hungry, and my geese need to be let out, and blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
All that stuff. Yeah.
It's
But
good to see you,
thanks
Sherry.
for, yeah, it's really good to see you too, Tyler, always. And thanks for joining.
Of course.
And I loved what you had to say. It was great.
Yeah, I wish I could have jumped in earlier. But
Yeah.
yeah, I'll be around more. See
Yeah.
you.
Okay. Sounds good. All right. Thanks everyone for being part of this. And we'll see you on the next one.